Hey, Blue.
Hello.
Hey, you want to check and see if the live stream is working?
Not hearing
There you go.
much.
Should be able to open that up. Yeah, right? I got some right here, too. Not enough coffee this morning.
Oh, nice.
Like that? This is how I see you, dear.
Huh. I'm hearing you on the YouTube live stream.
Okay, yeah. A lot of times what'll happen is there will be a lag because of the codecs. You want to mute one of them. Either mute Firefox or mute YouTube. So, nice. All right, so that seems to be working. Sweetness. I also have little transitions that.
I mute YouTube.
Here you go.
Okay. That
Oh,
worked. Now
wait.
let's see if I can hear you here.
No. Uh,
I was messing with my preferences the other day and
so this
huh.
is. If you're looking at the
Here.
live stream, this is the transition screen.
No, I moved away.
Ah.
I closed it because I needed to figure out what I'd done on Second Life. I had my master volume all the way down. That would do it.
Hmm. Yeah.
So
Bueno.
yeah, this is my outfit. Thank you so much for covering for me.
Don't worry about it. I got it.
I let everybody down.
No, you didn't. You still conducting the interview today?
Yes.
Okay. See, you didn't
And
let no
doing
one
a
down.
shop.
You didn't let nobody down, and her room will accommodate everybody. So we just put the link in the chat, just like I did for this. It's
Yeah.
all bueno.
Sweet. Totally rocks.
Go back to the live screen. You'll see the transition page.
Click to view. Is that what I did? No, yep, there it goes. My computer is being laggy. I'm gonna figure something.
Might want to pop out and restart it real quick.
Yeah.
That's another thing that we're noticing with over at Intel. We're noticing with Windows 10.
Yeah.
The more Windows 10 updates you get, if you have a physical hard drive instead of a solid state drive, your physical hard drive will eventually, within a couple of days, wind down to zero and will take up all the disk space and need to be rebooted almost daily.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, because Windows 10 was built for solid state drives. Precious, huh?
Okay. Yeah, I'm still having the lag.
Okay. Well, you want to
Slow down.
restart your system?
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
restart my system and
it is all
I'll get
good.
my printer going. Yeah, I'm slowly recovering here.
Okay. Recovery's
My
good.
with his recovering from his surgery. I'm not crying
No, there you
except a
go.
few times a day. So,
Hey, we progress is always accepted, right? We take
our
our
washer's trying to run away. I'll
we
be right back.
we take our wins as we get them. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Okay, this is fucking awesome. Damn it, Kingsley. I think you're a jerk, and then all of a sudden you do shit like this. You're a very complicated person.
Got your camera on, do you?
I do.
What?
I do not.
Alright.
But I was no. I was recording, so I closed it. No, this camera is not live. It's the system camera, so that what I see on the screen, everybody else sees. So they're not seeing me; they're seeing what I see on the screen.
Alright.
I'm sharing my desktop.
I'm just making breakfast and I'll get out of the way.
All right. Well, we're good until 10.
Maybe I should just do pizza for breakfast.
It was knowing. Yeah, that pizza thing. If we do that with the croissant, like a breakfast pizza, and then we do that. Yeah, I can see that. The fact that it's portion control is freaking what I like about it. Well, it's either portion control or it just means that you can have a lot more.
Oh yeah, doing this up and having it in the fucking fridge.
Right?
Alright, the only thing I gotta fry up is Louis.
This is the Flames Lodge. This is the pyre. Very nice. We have a little outside seating area here, the pagoda. Excellent. And we have flames, torches all along the wall. Very nice. Very fire oriented. We have a, looks like the grill, the barbecue actually has a light on it, which is casting on a yellow glow onto the Flames Lodge banner. You could definitely see that from far away. This is our entry area, a small seating area over there, small little meeting area there. This is the heart of the Flames Lodge, the kitchen area. This is, I always say that the kitchen is the heart of the house. Well, This is the heart of our Flames Lodge. This is a picture of the phoenix, called a phoenix flower. Very nice. Dragon is one of the symbols. The phoenix and the dragon are one of the symbols of the Flames Lodge. So we have iconography all over the place. Nice little sitting area here. Some plasma balls there. Click on them and they kind of get brighter. Very nice. Books. We are a school after all, so we gotta have our books. One of the people that the Flames Lodge has kind of adopted over time, Nikola Tesla. So this is a little thing here, him in his Faraday cage. Excellent. Small little seating area here. I do like to have seating, making use of all dead space so that there is no such thing as a dead space. The place becomes organic. This is what I call the inner sanctum, the Sanctum Sanctorum. Yeah. So this is excellent. I may have to drop my view distance because you see how it kind of jumps there. And then over here is another little meeting place. So the idea of the Flames Lodge itself is community. And this is a place where people can come. They can come en masse. They can come in small groups. Either way, it is designed to be warm and welcoming for all of the Flames Lodge members. So again, I thank you for watching this and for experiencing a little bit of the Flames Lodge with me. It is an honor, being the vice captain, that I get this privilege to be an honorary Flames Lodge member for a couple of months when we're looking for someone to become the prefect. So again, thank you for watching, and this will end our test. Yeah, I was testing the recording to see where the recordings go to.
Why is my chair way over there? Come eat this and then you're gonna have some bacon.
This is the Flames Lodge. This is the pyre. Very nice. We have a little outside seating area here, the pagoda. Excellent. And we have flames, torches all over.
Lou, come on. Louie, come on, finish your breakfast. Excuse you. Finish your breakfast. Come here.
Oh yeah, those are always good.
It's like, I just step away from the computer. And still orange clouding. And
No, you came in finally for me. I, I've noticed that a lot of people are getting the whole orange cloud before they resin totally.
not sure why.
I think it has something to do with the new settings of the school.
We may need to have people reduce their render.
Hmm. Yeah,
I've still got mine set pretty high.
I know that every time I look at the college, I lag a lot.
Okay, let's see. Settings. Loading text.
It's in preferences, right?
I think so.
Yeah, there it
Looking
is.
now.
Okay, there's
User
the
interface.
quality. There is draw distance. Ooh, mine's pretty low.
Graphics, quality, and speed. I'm on high. Yeah, I'm at 160. Let's see. Maximum complexity. At 100.
Yeah, I just changed it to. I just changed mine to 120 so I can at least see the lodges from here.
Changed mine down to 73. I was gacking a lot as I tried to walk. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not having the gack of it.
Good. I seem to
So-
not be having as many issues either, so nice.
We may have to have everybody touch
Yeah.
it down a little bit.
I was at 256. I dropped it down to 120, and I seem to be moving quite well.
Doing a lot.
Oh,
So,
I actually have to be
do you
back at the
think-
pier.
what do you think of my bottle?
Your bottle?
I'll meet you at the pier.
Oh, okay.
Here to meet somebody. So.
Well, no, yeah, I'm. Rivendell's not going to be here, so I have to meet
Uh-oh.
new grade school people to make sure that they can log in, get on access Osmead.
Yeah. Because, we can take care of that. Well, a second. Because,
Oh no, that's how we roll.
Yeah. Right. So check out the bottle in my right hand.
I see
That's
that.
why it's me. I've got it very slow.
Okay. Yep, because we're not drinkers.
It's water. See, it's blue.
Of course it is. Yep. So is a
Okay,
daiquiri
let's
too.
see. Right, detach from myself.
Access request. There we go.
Space, storage. Where are you? So this should have full permission. This is the moot gift.
Oh, this is the bottle of water. Bottle of vodka is the
Yep.
moot gift.
Yeah, you can wear it on your right hand. Okay, it's calling it water. Alright,
Mhm.
yeah. PG 13.
So that's what Russians call it too.
Yeah, it's Russian water right there.
Russian water. There you go. Just a little blue tinge because we're gray school. We roll that way.
Because I don't know how who's doing the putting out decorations stuff. I never new person
Okay.
or Apollinaris.
Okay.
So let me also share. This is a soft link item, which is a fishbowl with a fish swimming in it, which Apollinaris thought would look nice on the table in Hobbit Hall, if I could get one. And
All right, blue.
I-
What's this? Oh, okay. There we go. Accept that. Question:
yes.
if I want to see another person who's not on campus, do I just
Yes.
put them in the search? In the search?
Let's see. Go to. Are you friends with them?
No.
Contact sets. So, wait. Wow, I have 70 friends.
Right.
Oh no, contact sets. Yeah. 70 friends.
Content.
Wow.
Search. Com.
Yep.
Oh, contact sets. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Because that's people that are on your friend. Possibly in the main search window.
Okay, I see the main search window. Okay. Let's see.
If you. Let's see, I'm not a prefect. I can't do it. But I said if you need somewhere for people to meet up and contact you, that's where they are. In.
Well, no, I just teleport them to me.
Just- Yeah.
But how do I?
Let's see. Friends, groups, and nearby people.
Contact sets. Yeah, these are.
Search places, events, and people.
There we go.
Okay, on your control bar, there's a magnifying glass
Yes.
that should work if they're online. Put in their avatar name.
All right. So yes,
Oh, it pulls them up whether they're online or not.
right. Open the profile.
I just punched in Apollinaris and got it. Nice. There we go. Between the two of us, we can usually figure
I just sent her an invitation. Nice. Yep, I just sent her a grade school invitation. So, that, see? And you think you're worthless. You are not worthless.
Oh, I feel that way sometimes. It's been a rough couple weeks. But we made it. We're through. Jeff's healing. I'm actually thinking I need a new. Not a replacement, just a new companion. Been looking. There's a 1.5-year-old named Bella that's long hair. But terrible. Oregon Humane Society. Have to find out how much she's getting off. Go meet her. Haven't had a female chihuahua. I've only had males.
Oh?
It'll be interesting to see.
That's
the
all
difference.
right.
She's fixed.
It's okay. Every 28 days she'll get a little irritable. Probably want some chocolate.
That was the Pomeranian. We had a rescue Pomeranian. She was, oh god, I think 14 when we got her. And,
That's great.
I was taking pictures of the Siamese cat, being cute, and then I happened to look at the picture, and in the background, I had to take another picture because the Pomeranian had gotten into my purse and found my chocolate wrappers and was going to town with them.
Nice.
Totally busted me with my Kit Kat wrappers in my purse. I was like, "Isn't this a pretty picture of Nala?" "Oh yeah." I go, "Yeah. Here's the next picture I took because it's in the background of the first one." And everybody's like, "What?" Look down at her. She's just sitting there with her little tail going. It was awesome. I regret it.
Do I have to delete every single message? Is there like oh there it is, delete all.
When your big
Precious.
notifications thing.
Oh well, yeah, because when the Stones Lodge got changed, all my stuff got returned to me.
True. Well, all you can do, you can just select it all and move it over to a specific folder.
No, there's a
They need it
delete all
again,
button at the bottom. I'm good.
because you've already got them all in your inventory anyway. Yeah, I've made the mistake of picking up so much stuff instead of just deleting it.
Right?
My inventory slowly, at least with the things I created, getting rid of mine. I cannot tell you how many copies I have still of the colored triangles I made for the ritual circle.
Mm-hmm.
The candle holders, oh my god, they're everywhere.
Yeah, right.
Every time I turn around, they are again. So I was trying to think which Apollinaris was on. If there was anything else.
No, we're good. Did you see Dean and Bika Devi's email?
I did.
Okay, great.
I also sent back an email. Thank you guys for covering.
Yeah, saw that. No, we're fine. We're good.
I will endeavor to communicate better. I'm still working on communication. Which, I want to tell you right now, you are doing awesome.
What did I do?
The way you're communicating with me today, the way you... And I'm glad you're still here. Okay? For our last long conversation. But I just want to let you know that you're doing much better staying calm with Icobee.
Oh, I wasn't calm before.
Oh, you were, but I would eventually get to you.
Oh, yeah, right. When I start getting really, really silent.
Yeah, you're done with me. Yeah.
Nope. Never.
See, it's water. See, it's blue.
Of course it is. Oh, that's precious. Cool water. Because if you have to tell somebody what it
is in your
is,
bottle?
if you have to tell somebody what it's not, then that's usually what it is.
This is from actual real life festival. We would go to Boy Scout camp near Silver Falls State Park, where they have all the big buildings and camping places you can rent.
Mm-hmm.
But we did this big fall equinox festival, and the whole thing was you can't have alcohol, right? State park. So you weren't allowed to carry around any kind of bottle or anything.
So everyone's running around with sip cups that says
with sippy cups
has water written on it.
And if anyone asks, it's water or coffee or tea, because they cannot legally take your glass from you. Now, if the cops came out, you had to hand it over. So, whenever you're asked what you're drinking, it's water, because you're staying hydrated.
Yeah,
and it's just
that's
awesome.
it.
Okay, the original sip script for this had you taking a sip like every 3 to 5 seconds.
Oh wow!
So I slowed it down a lot. I was like, yeah, we're not need to hydrate that much. That would be if it was Russian water. We're fine. We got this. Yeah. But yeah, it's just attached to right hand. So that's the Moog gift, which I don't know who's going to set up the Moog. Have you guys?
Oh shoot! I guess I better do that.
Gift giver and ritual giver and.
I think I better do that. Let's go do that. You got ritual?
I have a copy of ritual haven't made it into a note card yet, but I can do that.
Do you have a copy of the schedule?
I do not have this.
That's great.
I can jump on Facebook again. I can tell when I haven't been on my game.
Okay, so
Let's just stay. Note card. A 2020. Oh, that is way too complicated. We'll just say May 21. That file. And you thought you were done listening to me putz with my
yeah, you're fine.
computer. Actually, with my therapist, I'm learning to speak out loud so people know what I'm doing and what I'm thinking. And yada bada bada. I'm thinking this is going to be pretty cool with each of the lodges doing something, but now I have to figure out what we're going to do for stones. Stone.
Stones what?
The stones move.
Stones mood is Samhain.
Really?
Flames is July.
So we're going... Oh, are we going by the...
I don't know.
It sounds weird.
All I know is right. All I know is that in the handbook, Flames is in July.
Yeah, so it's going to be kind of funky. It's going to make our brains tweak.
Yeah, it's all right. It happens.
It's... Okay. There is the May 2021 ritual.
Excellent.
In the note card in the giver, need to change it to May 2021.
Okay, that is content.
Yes.
Oh wow, Flames bracelet. Oh wow, okay.
Oh, that you're on Moot Gift then.
Yeah, I'm on. Oh, Moot Gift. Okay, yeah, no, we need to delete all this stuff out.
Yeah. Got to keep the script. Change it to Bottle of Water 2. Sorry, that got long. Hey, I got it in 2 tries, dude.
So, do I just delete the objects and leave all scripts, or just leave give item? I know I need to delete all the objects.
Gotta delete the objects. Put the bottle of water in. Depends on what else is in there.
Okay.
It's been so long since I looked inside it, I don't remember.
Winds give, water give, stone give, hover item give, flames give. There we go. Delete.
Yeah, it's just a general single gift this time.
Okay.
And then in the give script, it needs to say the name.
Unable to give inventory, no items.
Go into content.
Okay.
And then go into script. And
into give item. Got it.
And it's somewhere in there is where it names what you're giving.
Yeah, and you want water's bottle?
You need to put bottle of water 2.
Bottle
and the number 2.
Of water 2. So
the number 2.
Does it have to be specific? Is this the actual name, or is this just a placeholder name? A description?
It needs to be the name of the object you have placed in there that you want.
Okay, so in the parentheses, I have capital B, OTTLE, OEV, capital W, ATER, the number 2, all one word.
No, put spaces in between the words, and
Oh, okay.
it has to match exactly.
Yes,
And it should share completely because
Okay.
I've clicked everything.
So there's that, and then hit save. Okay. Okay, I do not see a bottle in the content.
Did you drag the bottle
I
from your
Did
into
absolutely
content?
not.
Okay, do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it took me months to figure this stuff out with with tutorials and videos.
Right?
It was these are still some of my proudest achievements. They could be prettier.
Oh,
I
dude,
still love them.
this is amazing. The fact that this works. Moot giver with title. Okay, I need to get rid of that script. Okay. And accept. Okay, good.
Because once you know what you're doing with it, all you have to do is drag and drop the gift, change that one thing on the giver.
I see it.
That's why I changed the title of the item of the gift giver. It was saying each month. And I was like, yeah, no. When I have to pass this over, it's got to be more simple.
Right. Okay.
This is simple. As simple as
All
I
right.
could get.
Click on Moot Gift.
Yay! And it gave me a
Alright.
bottle.
That's what I'm talking about. And
then you'll go find it. And all they have to, and I got it set to attach to Ray. That's where its alignment is. It worked! Yay! And I sent you the note card for the ritual.
give
That's
item.
schedule giver. You haven't put out the ritual.
Okay.
yet.
Oh, right. That's the schedule. Okay. And
I know I made it all so complicated.
No.
But
Everybody.
it's fun.
Everybody needs all of it. So.
Yeah, Paulinaris told me everybody was going, what's the mood gift gonna be? They're all excited.
Oh, I know everyone because we.
Okay.
Rivendell and I wear the Moot gifts.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And I was like, okay, I'll make up a mood gift.
it's
And
all.
Paulinaris was like, if you don't have time, it's fine. I was like, oh no, if everybody's excited about it, there's gotta be a gift.
Right.
Hey, if it's that whole get them in the door and then get them interested. You know, if it gets them in,
We. Oh yeah, there's always got to be a tag.
it's all about the sales, man.
We yes, and we just let them know that this is imported from Smirnoff, Russia. This is water
It is.
imported from Smirnoff, Russia.
Yes, and if anyone asks, it's Russian water.
Yep. In Russia, they would pronounce it vodka. That means water.
Russian for water is vodka.
Vodka. Okay, what am I not seeing here? I am not
Okay.
seeing waters. Usually it's at the top.
Water's what?
Ritual. Oh, May 2021. That's it.
Sorry. I was trying to keep it simple.
Nope. Oh,
I
please.
didn't put the word
really?
ritual in the title.
That's why it didn't work, was because you what?
You're putting it in the conclave schedule giver.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Duh. Okay. And
That may be part of the
and I
problem.
don't have the permission to actually change that.
You should. You have.
It says I don't.
And you're.
Oh, I do, because it's gone now. Okay. Well, that's why I didn't have permission, was
A
because
little bit of lag.
it was already gone.
It was through.
Okay, so note card I got, object I need. Giver. And I need Ritual Giver.
Yes.
There we go.
I love watching somebody else's magic arm.
Oh, right.
It's not, but yours goes to the front. Mine always goes around behind my back. I don't know why. I do weird contortion stuff.
It's what we like about you,
I'm a contortionist.
right? All right.
I am loving the changes here on camera. It's done awesome.
I think.
I haven't found any hidden places yet.
Oh, there's a couple.
I was only on. Arthur was on at like 11 o'clock last night.
Yeah, he probably just got home.
Yeah. I was like, it's late. He was running around checking out changes too. So you will need to go into the script giver for this one, just like, and give it the name of the note card.
Oh, why am I not adding note card? Refresh. Oh, come on.
We have plenty of time. It's only 9:04.
Yeah, it's not letting me add the note card.
You can't just drag and drop it in there?
Where's the permissions? I got all the permissions.
Oh, crap. Hang on.
All right,
Please.
I'm out of it.
Copy and share. Next owner had modify copy transfer, so right click on your note card
Okay.
and go to properties. That's
Got
way
it.
up. It's like down.
Oh, I see it. Copy
Make sure-
share.
Copy share.
Got it. Okay.
Basically, click every box if it's something you
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
share.
yeah. Okay. So it was a permissions issue. It just wasn't. Okay. Now why are you?
It was my IBK, not yours.
Not. Why is it not letting me add you?
It's not letting you drop it in the contents.
Uh-uh.
That is weird.
Okay, there's that.
It's showing you as owner on the note.
Should.
If it's still showing
wait.
me, then it's me because
Wait.
I can't.
Okay, owner, creator. No, it says I'm the owner. And that I was the last owner. Oh, share. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see if that does anything. That. Still not letting me add it.
That is
General.
So check the properties on the giver, which should be yours. You put it out. Because the only issue that should be is
So I'm in the edit
Change the-
screen. Okay, wait.
down at the bottom of the first tab.
Okay.
Pop quiz. What are the 3 rules of wizardry?
Right.
I love him to death. To me, proved. Help. One is about reputation.
Chocolate, friends,
Reputation is
and
power.
CBD oil.
Oh, in order, please.
Oh, okay. CBD
love
oil,
you,
friends, and
Purpose.
chocolate.
1, reputation is power. No.
No. No. Rule 1:
I love you,
take
Purpose.
credit for your actions.
One more try.
Take credit for your action.
I know he's standing here. And
Right.
he's standing nearby. He knows I'm talking.
Oh, he's in his tower, yeah.
Yeah, he knows I'm here. He's
Yeah.
listening.
Oh,
He's always listening.
he's probably got his camera like right on us.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Take credit for your action. My brain hurts.
Right. Use all your available
Do unto
resources. Do unto others. Yes, do unto others before they do unto you. Property.
Take responsibility and credit. With great responsibility comes great power.
Mm-hmm. And with great power,
Comes great responsibility.
bingo, it's circular.
Comes great power. Reputation is power.
It is.
That's what he put.
That's rule 2.
Yeah. So. Reputation is power, and power is responsibility.
Mm.
I have really got to pay attention to this stuff.
Mm.
Okay, eyeballs.
Provost is the only instructor that actually enforces it.
Right. But I love it because I know this,
Mm-hmm.
and I can whip it out any other time
Oh, yeah.
talking to people.
Yeah. When you need it, it's there, but when you're being quizzed on it, nope. It's called.
I have such testing. With great power comes great responsibility. With great responsibility comes great power. So it was the 2 and 3 I was putting together as separate ones, or the third one.
Mm.
I kind of have it. I have part of it.
See? And knowing is half the battle. Why is
It's
this?
getting it in the right order. Is
Why
it still
is
giving
this?
you fits?
It is giving me all
1 out of 3, not
kinds
bad.
of fits. 1 out of 3. That's
1 out
30.
of 3, not bad, but be sure to review.
That's 30%. That's less than an F.
This is going to be like my accounting 101 when I finally got my passing C. We were so thrilled.
Oh yeah, the hard C. Hey, that was
Yeah, the
my
hard C. She worked.
my
It was
first-
the third time I took class, and she saw me
my
every
first
day.
my first statistics class was like that. Now we have programs to do it for us.
Right? Yeah. X plus B equals Y. I don't care.
Yeah, right.
Oh, there's this little shop in downtown Hillsboro puts up these little funny sayings, and it goes, "Dear mathematics, solve your own problems.
Right.
Grow up and solve your own problems."
Dang. Ain't that the truth?
I started laughing as driving down the road. This is one of those signs where the guy goes, "My boss told me to put something on this sign," and he actually put it on there. Yeah, it should work the same as the gift kit.
Oh, wait, what's going
Drag
on
and
here?
drop.
This is different.
But it did too.
I am locked out of next owner.
Or
On the Moot gift, I have
Yeah.
everything open on the first page. And next
Yeah.
owner can modify, copy, transfer, yada yada.
Yeah.
On the ritual, that's locked out.
properties. Click everything. Oh, now when I'm opening modify, copy, transfer is grayed out.
Yeah.
But it should have where anyone can copy, share, modify. Anyone can copy, group can share, next owner can
Yeah.
pay put for sale for $0. How about that? Is that what you want?
Oh, there we go. Hold on. I think I screwed that up. Okay.
One thing I've noticed about Second
No.
Life, it is incredibly specific about what you click and what you don't.
Hmm. Mhm. Why? I cannot modify this object. Okay. So why can I not modify that object, but I can modify this object? Blue,
I don't know. Which object
the
can you not modify?
the ritual giver.
The giver itself?
Yeah. When I right click on it and hit edit, it says I cannot modify this object.
Okay, hang on. Let me number 1. Is my name still showing on it?
As creator, yes.
Okay. Auto still have full and complete permissions from me.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay. Person's here.
No.
You may have to make them. Huh. Jeez. Why are you being like
Why?
everything is
Why?
clicked?
What's with the Ripple River? Huh? What's with the Ripple River? Why?
Yeah, I can't even look at it here. I have 0
Do whatever the fuck
permissions.
you want.
What's Geo?
Okay, maybe I can view it. More inspect. No, you're not even letting me inspect. It's still showing the inbox ritual. Not working. Okay, so hit copy. New question to add at the end of Bika Devi's interview. I had forgotten she's Water's Lodge. So opening new doc. operations. Why do I'm not worried about that.
Any luck on the ritual giver?
Let's see, 2020. No card giver. Gift giver.
Any luck on the ritual giver?
No, right now I've found gift giver.
Okay.
Oh, awesome! Thank you so much, Provost.
Looks like the same with the schedule giver too. It says I can't modify it.
Provost has updated my permissions for today.
Oh, thank goodness.
Because use them wisely. I go, thank you so much, Provost. He's glad to be in service. Oh, the big size. Okay, now, no card giver.
Now we know how the Greeks felt when God came down with his hand and made things work.
Said, here it is. Yes, okay. So, let's see. Can I resolve it? But it does allow me to. He just updated my things. Maybe I need. No. Again. No, that one didn't. It's like. Give it a minute. Hello, baby. Are you? Okay. Let's see. Edit.
You know we're gonna
Think-
carrying these bottles of water. We're gonna walk around looking like a bunch of lushes.
Signage. Okay, come on, babies. Where are you? Give lanyard. Oh wow, already been that long since we did the lanyard. Boots, good. Okay, let's do a give search. Oh yes, they're everywhere. Okay. No car.
Oh,
Tool to see land ownership. Okay,
it's
let me
so
go
weird,
out and
so
come
weird
back.
to see see people's real names. I mean, I'm like, who the heck is Katie Luther? Why does she want that?
To
Oh
talk to
yeah,
me.
it's Sela. Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't know that. I don't know her by anything except Sela.
Yeah,
Even on
it's-
Facebook, she's Sela to me.
No, she's her second life name is Katie something or other. Katie Gallery Galaxy or something like that.
Okay, I'm gonna log off and then
Log back in.
let it rest a minute and come back.
Okay.
Back in about 5 minutes.
Fair enough. I'll sit here and drink my imported water. Nice touch on the tents, by the way, Provost.
Testing. Speaking.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh.
Do you have a note card for the schedule yet, Apollinaris?
For the schedule,
Mm-hmm.
No, but I can make one up really quick.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how to. Okay, I say I can make one up pretty quick. I could do something that I could send to somebody in an email or something. I have no idea how to make a note card.
Okay, not a problem. Open up where the text is that you want to put into the note card.
Okay, hang on just a second here. Let me get a note card thing made up.
Nope.
That shouldn't take long.
Well, where is the text you want to put in a note card?
That's what I need to get together here.
Okay. Because
Okay.
putting it in the note card is really simple. We just need the text.
If I get this out. Yeah, this would be pretty easy to do because I was going to announce it today in the morning. Very first thing I was going to go over what our schedule was. So I have this down here.
Well, don't you have the copy that you gave to Rivendell?
Well, yeah, but that has all sorts of crap in it. They're not going to want on the note card. It'll just confuse people, I think. And also, the schedule has changed at the last minute, so I got to put that change.
And you know that that can't happen, right?
But
Because it's been approved by administration.
this has been approved too. We're good.
Okay.
And hasty emails this morning.
Right.
I mean, I was there last night when he realized he couldn't, that something was wrong with his computer. He wasn't sure that he couldn't get in, but he was having serious problems. So I was like, crap. And
Oh, Rivendell?
yeah, so I
Yeah.
went out of Second Life and I was up till like 2 in the morning putting together notes so I'm actually going to do the last talk.
Okay.
And this morning I just sent him a thing and I said, I know you're supposed to officially approve this, but if I don't hear otherwise from you, the show has to go on. And we had a little exchange, and so we're good. He knows I'm going to do it, and he's fine with what I'm doing. So,
Fantastic. All right, so send that to me in an email. I got the note card ready.
okay.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Let's see here.
Okay, there we go. Copy, and I just send it to you in an email.
All right.
Just a second here.
And check and see if you can see that.
Ah, shit. Of course I put in an email everything. Okay. don't need any of this stuff, so that part can be totally taken out. Okay, then, hello.
There he is. Okay.
Hello, greetings.
Well, next. Okay. Edit. Okay. Let's see. Did you get it to work, Mark Waddle, or did you say screw it? Wait.
No, it's not letting me modify. And Apollinaris, I haven't received the email yet.
I know, that's because I'm still typing this stuff up. Hang on.
Okay.
I hear somebody typing away in there.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
me with my funky computer keyboard. But I've got it now, and subject schedule. Clever name, schedule. Now,
Okay, Blue, I'm going to give you this ritual and put it in the ritual giver.
okay, I have. Oh wait, you're giving her the ritual that I typed up.
You typed up
What ritual are you giving her?
the waters ritual.
That's I had copy pasted the one you emailed me. Did it change?
Oh, yeah, kind of. There's been a couple little changes in it. Can we do that if
So
I send it to you right now?
The ritual and
Yeah.
the schedule has changed.
Okay, the ritual, some of the terminology has changed.
Fair enough.
Like I'm not calling that, okay, because Avlok wrote it, just a real brief summary, just to give you one example. Avlok wrote it where the people summoning the elements are, it says prefect, water's prefect, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
And we agreed, if you remember from the leadership thing, that we're not going to necessarily have prefects do that. So it's changed now, so I don't confuse people. It's changed where it says like water's summoner.
Okay.
So this is the kind of changes that I made. I basically just shaped up some of the terminology because I knew we'd need a card for it, and I didn't want to confuse people by having words in there like prefect and stuff where it's not a prefect.
Okay.
That makes sense. So who should I send this revised ritual?
Send it
Or
to me.
reworded?
Send it to me.
Okay. Okay, I've sent you the moot schedule, and
I'm doing the moot schedule now.
cool. Okay, so it's
Okay. Excellent.
Dave.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Share.
copy.
Okay, I'm sharing you the note cards that I have. And
I put those there.
okay, so that's the schedule. And then the change to the ritual.
Okay, hang on, I'm coming.
Okay?
Okay. The nice thing is you're such a good friend that this is coming through as soon as I type MER. It knows who I want.
Very nice.
Okay. And that is titled Waters Ritual, and you should be receiving it any old time now.
There we go.
Okay. Now, there's a moot ritual note giver by the tree. See if you can put it in there.
Alright.
Oh, and Apollinaris, Provost Kingsley very kindly gave me permissions today.
Gave you what? Oh, permission to set stuff up at the ritual area?
Yes.
Oh,
mentions
good. Okay. that was
Building,
something
it
I
said
was-
for permissions. So,
Okay, that kind of concerned me too.
Ember Quaddle and I were both like, oh, thank you so much.
Right.
Yes, because you've seen me try to set things up.
You've done awesome setting things up.
What did I do? Shoot. That was great.
Really, this goes for anybody, but especially for me. If I start talking too fast and you can't understand what I'm saying, do not hesitate to ask me to slow down or to repeat something I've said. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Because
People
tu
say speak
inglés
so many
es muy better than my Spanish. So, the fact that you are taking the first step and using a language that's not your first language, the least I can do is take the time to help you understand if we're using English.
Thanks.
Okay. Yes, I have tried many times to learn. Not work. So my apologies.
I'm really good at Spanish unless I'm with a Spanish-speaking person and they start talking, and then I can't understand anything they're saying because it's going too fast.
Yeah. Sometimes happens to me the same thing. Like when I hear somebody talking to me in English, it's like, just give me some time to get used to it, because maybe right now I'm getting used to it. But if I'm like, if I don't talk with anybody like for 1 week, let's say something, and I find somebody on the streets and start talking with them, that's gonna take me some time. You know what I mean?
So, sí, entiendo. And that's why I say, tell me to slow down, because you may not. I mean, I can slow down and repeat things. That's no big deal. And you shouldn't feel like you're causing a problem or interrupting or anything like that. It's our obligation to also make an effort. I mean, I at least in Waters Lodge, I am not going to allow language to be a barrier.
That makes sense. That's good.
So how are we doing with these cards, guys? Says the helpless, non-technical wizard.
Moot gift, ritual note card, done.
I think McWaddle is making a note card. Or did you?
I got a note
And
card
Blue,
for
you
the
may
schedule.
say I've done wonders with the house, and I think I am very proud with what I've done with the Waters Lodge, but I could not have done it without your help either. So
Blue, we need the schedule giver.
I feel like it was at least in part a group effort. Remember, like finding out I had to do that, and it's like, oh my God, what do I do? And then you kindly took me around, showed me places where I could find stuff to put up.
It's
I
a
got your back.
group thing.
So-
I know.
Have you clicked on the gift giver, Apollinaris?
No, I have not. Which one is that? Is that
The one on your left.
one that says gift?
Yes.
Gift.
Take your
Okay.
imported water.
Do I touch?
Yep.
Is it a touch?
It's
Okay.
touch.
Touch.
Or just a left click.
Object name. Gift giver.
Blue,
I get
the
a bottle of water. Okay, cool. Alrighty.
the ritual note card giver works. We just need to do the same thing with the schedule giver.
Okay.
So I deleted the old schedule giver. I do have the schedule in a note card that I can just drop in as soon as we're done.
Okie dokie. Let me get down to. Let's get a.
We have 20 minutes and counting. We are all meeting at Hobbit Hall, is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. I gotta jump
And I
on.
hope people can find it.
I
That's another
can
thing I discovered last night was that Hobbit Hall wasn't where it used to be.
I can add people.
That's great. I saw that on leadership. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I can add people. So there are no replies. Phoenix Lightfinder was the last one. I did see that Magister Cyberfox requested but was never replied to, so that got fixed. Lux
Okay,
was
so what's the title on your note card here?
the title of my note card is
The schedule.
Schedule.
How about Waters' schedule?
Well, I think it's May 2021 schedule. Let me double check that.
I'm just going ahead and updating the script.
Yes, May 2021 schedule. May
Spaces.
space. Yep, May space 2021 space schedule.
A green light. Okay. Now drop the schedule in. A 2021. Because I did it backwards. Green. And I also did it. Enter. With scripts, if you hit enter in the wrong spot, it will.
I actually got logged out.
Ritual! Is that what happened a few minutes ago?
Mm. Yeah, I was making the schedule note card.
Now, both of you saw Dean Davies' email this morning?
Yes,
Okay.
we're all set.
I know. I saw an email from her. I thought, oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. A lot of words I can't say on Second Life.
Right.
There's going to be a big disaster, and then I read the email. Oh, okay, good.
No.
Blood pressure going down.
The Moot gift, you wear it on your right hand, and it has a time delay sip script. For Qual and I've had a lot of fun with calling it Russian water, and in Russia they pronounce it vodka.
Ah,
Which is
I had a
something.
real life
Which is something we won't advertise at 10 o'clock.
yeah.
to everybody.
Definitely
That's a
not.
secret to read us.
That's right. We'll just call it imported water.
Yes.
It's imported
I
from
wanna talk to you
Smirnoff,
about-
but that's okay.
Is there a way we can have, like, for later apprentices, these water bracelets? Are they something that you still have that we can give out to
Yeah.
new water
Oh, yeah.
people?
Yay.
Because
Let's
I would really like. We've got
Hey,
some
wait.
awesome.
let's just
new
throw it
water
in now.
people.
We could set up. Well, we'd have to put somebody to redo the script.
Yeah, that's fine. I can
Well,
add another
I mean,
line
we don't
to
really
it.
need it. Or we could. Ooh, how about this?
Put it
What if we just?
in the
Is this
lodges.
something we can just? What if we did this where we invite? Because we are going to have people like at the end. Anybody who wants to can join us at the Waters Lodge. Why don't I just announce that in the morning? And Waters people at the Waters Lodge at the end of the day, we have Waters bracelets for you.
Oh,
We
okay.
actually have the bracelets for everyone. So if they don't have the bracelet for their lodge, I've actually thought about what can we do for the people.
Well, I
that
can
are
throw that
new?
in too, and then just like as an extra surprise, everybody who's newer, whatever your lodge, come to the Waters Lodge at the end of the day, and we'll have Waters bracelets for everybody.
So
I love
for
that.
Quaddle, you still have that giver
Yeah.
in your inventory because you put it out originally. All you have to do is change the name to say Lodge Bracelet.
Oh,
That's all you need to change.
well, I mean, I just put it in this one. And I'm just
Because you click it
changing.
and choose it.
Yeah, I'm just changing the script now.
Oh, you're
Okay.
just putting it in the gift box?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing with it now. It needs a minute. You're still not drinking your cool water.
I'm nervous. If I drink water right now, I'll vomit.
Okay.
I know the feeling. Trust me. Look, McQuaddle, it's another water who has anxiety at the beginning of its bed.
Yeah, I'm thinking
I
this is
always
becoming
do.
a common theme.
I always do.
It's a water thing.
Every time.
He's had
I mean,
training
in the
with
real
me.
world, when I do this sort of thing, I mean, LSR was telling me last night, don't worry about it. You do this all the time. He reminds me of this.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm doing something like this, it's like I'm positive nobody's going to show up or
It's gonna
something
be-
horrible is going to happen, and it never happens that way. I mean, in my head, I know it's going to be fine, but
So, while McQuaddle's playing with the gift giver,
yeah.
what were you wanting? Ritual Circle. I want to tell you too. I'm sorry that I've been out. Weeks you
You've
and I have
had
chatted.
things to do. If Caesar
It's
had
been
passed
crazy.
away, you would not have seen me for 2 weeks. So you do not have to apologize to me for anything. What we need for the Ritual Circle, have you been in contact with Boy Avalok
No.
about that?
No, I have not been in contact with anyone.
Okay, the big things. The big
I have
deal that he
insufficient
needs is-
permissions to view script on the. I can modify the object. I cannot view the script.
Did you go in and change the script?
Nope. No, I'm just trying to open it.
But I don't see you.
Where
Where are you?
are you?
We're
Where
at the Waters Lodge.
Marco
Yes,
Polo?
I'm the Waters Lodge.
Okay, come out wherever you are, Lux, and come over the bridge. We're right out here in front.
Let's see, map.
Marco.
Someone's
Polo.
over. Someone's in the lodge. Looks like someone's over by the pier, and someone's over at Stone's Lodge.
Marco. That's probably Sela. Hey, Lux. Lux, you
Hello.
still haven't accepted
Hi,
my
Lux.
friend's request. You're a bad person.
No.
He doesn't like you.
Right? How,
Can you
what?
take a hint or not?
What? Right? Huh? What's there not to like? Huh? Huh?
As well,
Huh?
that I don't have anything to do with this. I will check if I
I just
made
sent.
some mistake.
I just sent. Oh, what now?
You may not know where it's at, Mercado. He's kind of new with Second Life and
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
all
figure
right.
it out.
Okay, there. That's there.
Okay, Blue, what we need. I don't want to walk in front of this.
Oh,
thing.
but this friendship is here in Second Life.
It's a
Correct.
Second Life thing. He sends you an invitation.
Yep.
So it's
And
someplace.
where can I find it?
It's in
Somebody will
your
have to explain
conversations. You'll up in the upper right corner.
Okay, I will see later.
He's got Second Life Viewer, if that helps any in
Oh.
explaining it. Okay, Blue, what we need, the things that
Yeah.
we absolutely need is he needs what's called the Three Hallows. So he needs something to represent a well or pool.
Okay.
He needs something to represent a fire. And he needs something to represent a tree. It can be potted.
What about the ritual candles?
Basically, it's like an Axis Mundi sort of thing.
We're gonna do the pond again. Do you want the four
Fine.
elements?
I don't
Candles
really.
out?
I don't know if that's really necessary. We're going to be invoking the elements, but we have the people doing that. And we've
Well,
got
I kind of
actual-
I always put the triangles up as a way to get the shape and color and associations with the outcome symbol.
Okay.
each
Well, if you
element
want to,
into
that's
people's
fine.
head.
I mean, I'm just. What we need are those three hallows.
Okay.
What he wants, I mean, he
Excellent.
may want something else. But if you guys haven't talked about that, he may not get what he wants.
All right, schedule
Yeah.
works.
Okay. Correct.
Yay.
Schedule is working.
Is the ritual working?
Ritual works.
Okay.
It's giving.
Gave it to me.
Okay, of course, the two of you already have your copies, I assume.
I have one now.
And
Right.
we will be going up and
9:57.
practicing this before everybody shows up to do it.
And then it looks like on the gift giver, it. What did I do
It's
wrong?
no big problem, child.
Give item on touch. Well, it wasn't. Touch start, integer total number. Give inventory. Okay. This is because there's multiple items.
Did you put the bracelets themselves in there?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I would say
string item. Yeah, water's bracelet, and because I've seen this happen a lot where you have to open it and then copy into the inventory.
yeah.
But the touch script is not working. So what is integer total number? It defaults to 1, but if we need 2, well, let's take a look. Will that work?
Look at them all together. See what.
Detect.
What do you mean I can't see it? It's because I'm trying to look at the tree. That's fine.
No, syntax error.
Spin my search.
To-
The giver script. So integer n underline gift
Name previously declared was scope. Okay. So,
Yeah, it's a different script for multiple items than a single.
great. Alright, so they just right click on it and copy to inventory.
I would say give up on this for now because we're at 10 minutes till.
No, they can just
Yeah.
right click on it, open it, and then copy to inventory. It's all good. They still
I'm going
get
to
their
go
stuff.
down to the
Oh, that
hall
works.
just in case anybody's there, and so
Okay.
that people aren't just standing there. And
Go
you
in the
guys
Hobbit
can
Hall.
you guys can either stay here with them. Or join
There's
me
something on the
either way.
ground, Blue. Candylicious?
Yes, that was I was looking for the multi-givers.
Oh, okay, okay.
You're
Turn
leaving
it
your, so you're leaving your porn stuff around here.
Whoa, easy now.
No, that's when I run, man. Yeah, ready?
Alright,
Whee!
and TARDIS, hold on just a second. I'm gonna add you as a friend.
So I'm gonna run over to. You're doing
There we go. I just sent you friends request.
Yeah.
Okay,
Got
perfect.
it.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Let's go, Taridis.
Hey, Lux.
And the tree really close to the pool.
Hey, look, so
We
this
should
is your
kind of
first
all
time?
arrange together.
Yes, it's my first time.
Awesome.
Alright.
I think they are going to the Rabbit Hall.
Rabbit Hall. The Hobbit Hall.
Oh, Hobbit.
Yeah. I have no idea why they call it that.
The Hobbit Hall?
Yeah, this doesn't strike me as hobbity at all.
Right.
Reminds me more of like the Great Hall at Hogwarts.
Good, because I think that's what they were going for. Alright, since I'm going to be doing a live stream, and I'm going to be recording it, so I'm going to probably be in the background most of the day.
Alrighty. Okay, where are we on the... Where'd he go? Oh, there you are. Where are we on the gifts?
Gifts?
You were working with the gifts?
Gifts are
Gift
done, dude.
giver thingy?
Yep, it's done.
Okay, so so people right now could go out. to
They
the
go
gifts
out,
and-
right click on it, open it, and copy everything to inventory. Done.
Okay, so they can get all the bracelets and
The bracelet and the
water.
water bottle, yeah.
That is awesome. Okay,
Done and done.
thank you so much. I'm just gonna have to give you big virtual hugs after this. I could not possibly do this without you.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. That's what we're here for. Provost, sound check, please. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ahoy! 1, 2, 1, 2.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Good luck, Your Eminence.
Taridis, have you been outside of the school? Have you been on Second Life very much?
Well, not very much. But
Okay. No, that's okay. I just wondered. One thing you might have trouble with, but we'll be going over this. You saw in the ritual, you're going to have to walk around the perimeter of the circle,
right.
and I'll show you what that means, and I'll explain how to do that. I just kind of wondered how much you walked around because it does require you to walk in a circle, so that could be a little awkward when you're first starting out with Second Life.
It's like an etch a sketch.
Yeah, really. Yeah, curves are not all that easy. But Lux managed to do it last night, so. And he did an admirable job.
I guess I can do it.
he's here. Oh, you guys, you don't have your stuff, do you? You should go out and get your waters bracelets now. You see on my right hand, look at my right hand on my little cartoon guy. I've got this blue bracelet on. That is the sign of our lodge, the Waters Lodge.
And how we get it?
I'm going to show you. Follow me. We've got 7 minutes to get back here. I want you guys dressed properly. Follow me.
Hello, hello.
Okay, they can jump. Anyway,
Good
I'll
job.
be there. I'll be there.
All right, everyone, going live. And this is the room of the provost, aka Hobbit Hall, where the provost sits. No, I'm not recording right now.
Is this sort of a nature documentary?
Right? Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, Gray School Edition. That's great. That's fantastic.
Good for the bones. I heard the explosion and a cunning hair somewhere about.
And we are live. I'll get the, I'll copy that, the stream URL here real quick. Okay.
ahead.
And okay, Mercado. Not something you need to deal with right now, but the gift thing is not working.
You have to right click and hit open.
Well, we know how to do it. It's not working. And for some reason, Cerberus can move it around, which we don't really understand either.
Okay. All right.
All right, everybody, take a place at the table. Good morning, Mason.
And for anyone who wants to know, this is the website that we are currently live streaming on. Gray School Apprentice Leadership has their own YouTube channel now, and we will be using that as our library.
Okay. Yep.
Gotta give hats off to Probus because Hobbit Hall is looking amazing.
Well, thank you. I think it's most dope, as the kids say.
Greetings and salutations.
Hello, Blue.
Greetings, Blue. And as always, fabulous self.
How is everyone
Oh,
feeling
there.
Saturday?
The fishbowl. Yay. Getting some water in here.
You want that on every table, dear?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of tables in here. You don't need to do that.
It's a drag and drop. It's up to you.
Well, yeah, sure. We can do that.
Well, Provost isn't yelling at me yet, so.
Okay.
It's
Although if
only
you
going
recall
to take a
saying
bit
use
of
those
time.
powers wisely, I think was in there, the wisely bit.
Ah, yes, yes, indeed. Hmm. I have the wisdom of a fairy. We might have a problem, Provost.
Agency is key. I celebrate your agency to make mistakes. It's up to you.
Well, then I practice my agency a lot.
Good form. Wizardly trait.
Yeah, practice does make perfect.
That's I've heard.
I think I shall restrain myself at this point until someone says they wish me to do.
A mere 4 pixel does show, extreme wisdom. Well done.
Restraint!
Why start now?
Provost is
Wait.
watching.
It's always a good time to begin improvements on ourselves, Vice Captain. Always.
I had no
Ever striving.
definition.
Master Servio, how are you today?
I am most wonderful, Master Kingsley. How are you on this fine morning/afternoon?
Most doubly so, as it were. I've gone up to the contest grounds, done a bit of queen twacking, which was most favorite, and then I came down and made a saucy gnocchi that I enjoyed whilst waiting for the thingamajigs to begin.
Thingamajig. I love eating thingamajig.
Now, I'd like to say that this gnocchi included mushrooms I harvested myself from the ground, but that would be a lie. They do have
Oh,
some
you-
very
you-
good morals this year, though.
I saw your Facebook picture that you posted about a moral that you found out on the ground.
Oh yes, we found 4 so far, so it's not been it's not a smorgasbord, if you will. There's been some acquisition, I'm happy with it, and they're delicious. So, in time, hopefully we'll have enough to do some cool cooking with, but for now they're just tasty morsel, you could say.
You know, that
That's
almost
the merits for everybody for not laughing at. That was good. That was a good joke.
You know, it was a good joke. It was so good I felt it had to stand on its own.
Yeah, that it did. That it did.
You know, that makes me wish that I liked mushrooms.
Oh, well, see, therein lies the rub. If you had been a connoisseur of the third life form, then we could maybe talk. But,
Right. Unfortunately, I'm just a plebeian who doesn't care to eat ground fungus.
Whoa! Throwing
It's Captain
shade.
Rivadell.
I hope this is one last ditch effort to try to make this work, but I haven't been successful at being able to stay around for long.
So, well,
Okay.
Captain. Good to have you.
Mm.
Well, I must say, this is a lovely turnout so far.
Might even fun.
Okay, so I think Blue and Avalok are at the ritual area things. Well, I'll give them a couple more minutes, but I don't want to wait too long because we definitely do not want to.
When you're ready, Apollinaris, we can get started.
I can hear them talking. Okay, well, we're just going to
What
start
is that
because I don't
phone
want to run
sound?
over on time and keep Mika and Davey waiting. So anyway, I would like to start out by thanking a few people for making this possible. First of all, I'd like to thank Provost Kingsley for the opportunity for the Coterie of the Flowing Waters to showcase our lodge and the element that rules our sun signs. I was a bit taken aback actually when I found out we were going to do this because I just assumed that when May came we were going to do the Beltane ritual. I've done Beltane rituals for years, but I've never done a Waters Lodge ritual, so in many ways this is very experimental, but I'm fairly excited about it. I also want to thank Captain Rivadell for his support and suggestions while we tried to organize the moot. If he can stick with us, is he still here?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, but he's already poofed out. Well, that's too bad. Well, tell him I said thanks. He was going to present a workshop on water magic later today too, but I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, I could not have done this without him. He was very supportive and constantly had different suggestions for me to tweak this and make it into what I hope is going to be a wonderful experience for everybody today. Even though this is a Waters thing and Waters people have put forth a ton of effort trying to get it organized, we also owe thanks to some of our friends from the Circle of Standing Stones. Vice Captain Mercado arranged the technical details for our upcoming question and answer with our senior Waters sister, Dean Ambiguity, and Prefect Sela created that beautiful poster that you've seen where we are advertising because I have like zero artistic ability. And then finally, I want to thank all of my fellow lodge members who've helped with the project. In particular, I'd like to thank Ernest Avalok, who wrote and will be leading today's ritual, and Prefect Emeritus Blue Capuchin, who has helped me stumble through this in literally more ways than I can describe. So, before we go any further, I want to go over really quick what today's events are going to be. At 11, we are going to have an interview with Dean Ambika Devi. Blue will be talking with her about astrology and how it relates to the element of water. And it's going to be done through Zoom, so apparently all of us can actually be there, and it can be an interactive thing where if other people have questions, as long as there's time, it can be very interactive. But at noon, we're going to have a break, and is anybody else getting feedback? I'm getting scratchy stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It looks like it's coming from Teredas. Teredas, can you mute yourself?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So it's not me. Okay, good. I thought maybe something wrong with my microphone. Anyway, at noon we're going to take a break. And by break, I mean people who are not directly involved with the ritual are going to take a break. Those of us who are going to have like speaking parts in the ritual, we will adjourn to the ritual area at noon to prepare for it. Okay, this will include Prefect Avlok, myself, Prefect Emeritus Blue Capuchin, Apprentice Lux, Apprentice Teredas, and then I need 2 other people. We need somebody from Winds and from Flames. And I'm not really sure, do we have any Flames here at all?
I'm here.
Yours truly is a Flames Lodge member.
Who is?
I am.
Dean at Servia.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I can do this or not. If you would, it would be a great honor if you would be willing to summon the spirit of fire for us during the ritual. Could we possibly persuade you to do that?
Well, if there are no other Flames apprentices and attendants who would like the honor, I'd be more than willing to assist.
Once again, you show your awesomeness. That's one of the reasons you're one of my favorite professors here. That would be awesome. That would be so great. Okay, so we have a flame, and he's a dean. So everybody, mind your P's and Q's because he's going to be right there watching us. And then we also need a Winds Skywalker here.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Did you decide on who you want to have do that?
I can do it. Yeah, I can do it if no other Winds are going to do it.
Okay, that's the thing. If there's another Winds who you'd like to do it who's here, that's fine. But if you would do it, that's fine too. So we got Skywalker doing the Winds apparently. Okay, so we will all show up there at noon and kind of go over the ritual really quick so everybody understands what their parts are and what they're doing. And then at 12:30, the ritual itself will start. So after a half-hour break, everyone else will join us and we'll hold the water ritual. I'm really excited about this. It's inspired by the ritual of ADF Druidry. This is because I asked the very new apprentice Avalok if he would be kind enough to write the ritual, and he agreed to it. And that's pretty much the only kind of ritual he is familiar with. So, anyway, I'll talk about a little bit about that in the briefing before the ritual starts. But one thing I want to mention here, because it's based on ADF Druidry, the ritual will include offerings to the elemental spirits, and we will have very real physical offerings. Essentially, as I will be making the offerings to fire and air here in my home, and if anybody's curious, I will be burning sage for air because it corresponds to the element of air, and rosemary for fire. And meanwhile, Avalok will be making very physical offerings to the elements of earth and water. Now I'm telling you this because if anybody here would like to participate in this in your own homes, if you would like to make a very real physical offering to the element of your lodge, or perhaps to all four elements, you are more than welcome to do so. And I wanted to tell you now so that you could prepare for that and have things ready. Basically, since I'm doing air and fire, I have a little thurible here sitting right here next to my desk that I will be burning the herbs in as my offerings. There will also be an offering to Brother Salmon, the mascot of Waters Lodge. And any Waters Lodge people, or really anybody here at all, who would like to give a personal offering to Brother Salmon, you're welcome to do that also. So anyway, after that, we will return to, after the ritual is over, we return, well, okay, I messed up here. I should have told you, our interview with Dean Ambika Devi will be in the cosmology classroom. All of our presentations will be in the school in classrooms that kind of correspond with what's going on. So that will be in the cosmology classroom. We will return to the cosmology classroom at 1:30 for a presentation by Prefect Emeritus Blue Capuchin, who is going to be talking about moon water and how to use magic. And then at 2:30, it's kind of up in the air. Originally, whatever happens will happen in the alchemy classroom. Originally, it was going to be Captain Rivadel, who was going to give a wonderful presentation on water magic. But as you notice, his reality is shifting a lot on us today. So I worked up something last night and approved it with him this morning. So it may be a presentation by myself on the ritual of water sharing and how to incorporate that into a magical practice. And then after that, at 3 o'clock, the moot formally ends. However, then we invite everyone to join us at the Lodge House, the Waters Lodge House, for a social hour. And there is if we can get it working, there are gifts there for you also. You should go by the Waters Lodge House before the ritual. There is a place there where you can get a copy of the day's schedule, and most importantly, where you can get a note card with the ritual itself so you can follow along. And those are my announcements. Provost Kingsley, did you have anything?
I'm very excited to see what goes on today. I looked at the rituals, it's very exciting. I had a poem that I wanted to read, if that's all right with you, Prefect.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is called The Water Beast. It's by Alice Carter.
I can barely hear you. Can you adjust volume or speak louder?
They hide in the brook, when I seek to draw nearer, laughed in amain when I feign to depart. Often I hear them, now faint and now clear, innocent, bold, or sweetly discreet. They are the nymphs of the stream at their playing, or the brook I mistook for a voice. Little I care, for despite harsh timing, playing's brook voice or nymph's voice still makes me rejoice. I just thought that was a lovely little ode to the nymph, which is, of course, the elemental creature of myth and legend associated with water. And we have a lovely connection to that today as we begin to explore these new ceremonies and these new integrations of the mascot and the identity of the lodge into the culture, sort of ecosystem of apprentice life at GSW in a more integral way. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what goes on today, and well done, Waters Lodge.
Is there anybody here who has any prefects, or anybody here who has any other announcements of any kind?
Are there any club announcements?
I believe the Ritual Club had something going on Sunday, but I'll leave that to Dean and Servio.
Oh, thank you, Provost Kingsley. As those who are in the Ritual Club may already know, the meeting that was supposed to happen on the prior Sunday ran into some issues with scheduling, and we're hoping to reschedule that meeting to this Sunday, but so far we've only had one person confirm that they can attend. So, if you're in Ritual Club and you're able to attend a meeting this Sunday at our normal time and place, by all means, please post something in the Ritual Club chat to let us know. And if you are not involved in the Ritual Club, you are certainly invited to come and attend this meeting to see what we do and to sit with us and be welcome and see if this is something that you would like to explore and make a greater commitment to.
And I believe it is at 1 p.m. tomorrow, Dean and Servio?
That is correct.
Lily, stop it.
Okay, well, if there's no other announcements, we have about half an hour before we will be speaking with Dean Davey. I do think it would be good if you, even though we say it starts at 11, it would be good if you got there at least about 5 minutes early, so, because, you know, we're doing this Zoom thing just to make sure everybody can get in, and Mercado will explain how you do that and how to get into it. And before then, on your way, I invite you to stop over at Waters Lodge, and right before you cross over the bridge, get your copy of the ritual and copy of the day's schedule.
And your mood gift.
And your mood gift, if it's working. Did you get it working?
I think we did.
Oh, okay, cool. It wasn't working a little bit ago. So.
Well, let me go double check.
Yeah. Okay. And she's gonna go double check. But anyway, there's no anybody else who wants to go to the bathroom or grab something to drink. Otherwise, go ahead and go over and get your stuff and meet us at the cosmology room that's on the first floor in the castle.
To the left.
Yeah, just walk into that main room where they have the fireplace with the large portrait of the headmaster, and just keep walking to your left and circle around to your left. Or as I like to say when I'm lost at grade school, follow the voices.
Okay.
Okay.
I go to the Waters Lodge to see if I can get my gift.
All right. Well, thanks, Mason. I finally found it. I'm still trying to get used to the Firefly Fox thing I'm using here.
Firestorm, right?
Yeah, that's it. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't be more helpful, you know.
No, it's like, no, I couldn't hear anything at all. You said that, I was like, oh.
Yeah, some people. Thank you. Yeah, some people come in a lot quieter, some come in louder. It's a variance thing, you know. Different mics, different distances. Sometimes they might just be further away from the mic.
Okay.
I'll still the same.
Okay. So, the schedule giver and the ritual giver are both working just fine. You left click and it will give you the note card. For
Oh.
the mood gift, you need to right click on the base, choose open, and then either get the bottle of water or you're gonna have to. Okay, it's not working. Okay, I will make a new gift. We will make this work. So there's the note cards.
The gift thing works.
Is it?
Yeah, I got the gift.
Yeah, it says copy to inventory, and I have a bottle of water and a water's bracelet.
Oh, nice. Okay, that works. And
is that
for
right?
the bottle, yes. So for the bottle of water, you need to find it in your inventory, which is a suitcase. It's like a little suitcase on your bar of tool buttons, and you can click on recent, and it will show you. You will see the bottle of water.
Well,
You can also type water in the search.
it's not working.
In the search bar at
Do
the
you see this? Did it show up on the screen that says copy to inventory?
in the search bar at the top, you can type in water, and it'll filter your inventory if you have a lot of items.
Water.
Yeah, so I'm not getting it either. What I'm getting is when you go right click open, you're getting the little pop up, but when you go to copy to inventory, it's an empty folder that goes into your inventory.
You have to highlight something, I think.
Mm.
Is that not working?
You know what? I got another way to do this. I will give everybody one. Let's see, nearby.
Oh, yeah, it's not showing up.
Just do this another way. Okay. Detach free. Share. Near me.
Yeah, right?
There. You are receiving a gift.
Are we still having gift issues?
Thank
Yes,
you.
we're still having gift issues.
Mercatrail, go back to where you were. I'm taking a picture. I had finally everyone in the shot, and you moved.
Where I am, but no precedent.
Who moved?
I did.
Oh dear.
Right click, attach to right hand on your bottle of water. Allow it to animate. This is my most complicated moot gift yet, guys.
Alright, you're free to move about the cabin.
The seatbelt sign has been turned off. Hopefully this little script will not jack up the system. If it does, my apologies. And I slowed down the animation.
Where the water?
Attach it to your right hand. It's set up for right hand.
It represents the ego. It is not completely who you are. You're not just the ego self. It also represents aspects of the physical body. When we're looking at an astrological chart, we have to realize we all possess and encompass all of the elements, all of the signs, all of the planets, all of the esoteric points in space. So to just look at it from the singular point of a sun sign is only giving you a tiny bit of the picture. But with that said, indeed, the water signs tend to feel more emotional. It's associated with the psyche, with the moon. So especially the sign of Cancer can feel a lot of changes as the moon changes phases, depending on what's aspecting that sun of the person's natal chart. The water signs could experience more intensity, and it just depends on what their basic chart is. But I'd say the bottom line would be a deeper sense of emotions, maybe a deeper sensitivity, and also the psyche, a connection with the dream state.
That makes a lot of sense. That's one thing I've noticed with horoscopes, is that they don't always aren't entirely accurate when they're doing just the sun sign.
Well, when we're looking at a horoscope, I used to write commercially, to write horoscopes for periodicals. And there is a formula that's used. And the formula is placing the sun. So let's say, who's a Scorpio in here? Any other Scorpios? I know there's a couple. Probably some that aren't on camera right now. And so what we would do is we would then take Scorpio, the idea of the sun in Scorpio, and place it on the ascendant. So we're saying that, for instance, I'm a Scorpio and the sun was in the 8th house when I was born. 8th house, okay, that's all the way on the other side of the chart. Now you're taking my sun and putting it in the 1st house. That's shifting things. Yeah. So truly the way that astrological pop culture horoscopes are written are with the sun on the ascendant. This is also a technique that can be used to read a chart when we don't have the proper information of time, because we need the hour and the accurate minute of birth. And now that we have the opportunity, seconds, because seconds can make a change too. So putting that sun in the 1st house takes away a lot of information. And then it kind of, in a sense, it could narrow or widen depending on your perspective view of it.
Well, that actually explains a lot for me, and it may help others who have gone, but I've read horoscopes and they are totally off. Well, that would be why. Because they aren't specifically.
Well, what they are for is for that sun sign in the ascendant. So another technique of reading these astrological writings, these horoscopes, would be to then read your ascendant and also read your moon sign. So for instance,
it sounds very important to know
I've got Aquarius rising. So if I'm reading somebody else's astrological writing, then I would also read what's going on for Aquarius.
That makes sense.
The only true way is to look at your horoscope as per your chart. There are apps for this. There is an app that I recommend. You'd have to pay for it, but it's not that expensive. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Well, you can always share it with us.
Yeah. I've got it here on my phone. It's not showing its name for some reason.
Prentice Astra asked, is it Time Passages?
Is it what?
Time Passages.
Time Passages is what Time Passages?
The app.
No. It's I'll find it.
Okay.
I'll get it to you all, or I'll post it. I'll post it on the Divination forum.
Excellent.
I'll make a note to do that.
We'll watch for it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. What else? What else can I answer?
Well, it actually pretty much feeds into our next question. How important is the sun sign in respect to the other aspects of a natal chart?
I'd say the most important is the ascendant, which is why you need the date, the time, and the location. The sun is one of the other planets because we're measuring geocentrically, meaning that we're measuring from the Earth as the primary location. So the sun then appears to move in its 365 days, which is really us rotating, unless we're doing heliocentric, meaning we're placing the sun in the center. You see, astrology, everybody, is a way of measuring time. It's a clock. So the interpretation of the clock is different as per the different clock style measurements.
Long enough to plug them in.
Long enough.
And then you've got to understand, the calculus, which is calculating the locations, the areas under the curves. That's how we measure the travel of things in space. We also need to understand a lot of times when people are just embarking on the idea of studying astrology, they don't understand
Well,
why
you can use the
is time
headset,
so
and I can use the earbuds.
And that's because on Earth, we have a measurement system that we all agree to of 24 hours and 60 minutes per hour, right? And 60 seconds per minute. So we've got a time division math formula right there. And then in space, measurement of time is a bit different.
No matter what.
So
It's just
in space, we have degrees. And in an astrological chart, we measure in a 360 degree space. So we have an agreed upon space of a circle, a two-dimensional circle, 360 degrees. We divide it into 12 sectors we call signs. I prefer when I teach my beginners for them to think of this as the numbers 1 through 12. Don't even think about signs. Don't think about any of the information you know about signs. Let go of, I like this sign, I don't like this sign. They're numbers, and we all have them, 1 through 12. So the first place I like everyone to begin is just contemplating, what do the numbers 1 through 12 represent for me? What do they mean for me?
That doesn't make sense.
Then we have to understand that all of those planets fall somewhere in there. And then we're dividing it using latitude and longitude and time in a particular way to create divisions. We call them houses. So these 12 houses, depending on your division system. Placidus is the one that's most commonly used. It's comparable to the one that I use. I use the Koch house system. Koch house system goes a little bit further in latitude and longitude, and actually in longitude. And I find it most accurate for timing and locational questions.
Oh, cool. It's such a fascinating subject.
It's vast. You know, in India, there's a proverb, kind of a saying.
Be sure to put it under your keyboard.
Do you know the instrument, the sitar? Very, very difficult instrument. Lots of strings and movable frets, and difficult, very difficult to press down. Makes the guitar look like a ukulele. And the saying goes that in India, it takes 3 lifetimes to become a great sitar master, a great sitar player. Now, that's a difficult instrument. 3 lifetimes, okay, but it takes 9 lifetimes to become an astrologer.
Wow. That
So,
it actually
be
makes
patient.
sense.
It doesn't just come. And I also see with people who are embarking on it, there needs to be a lot of patience, a lot of contemplation. So my other passion, meditation, comes into it a great deal because we can't cookbook it. You see, we can cookbook it to a point, and yes, there are great books written, ancient books about it and the formulas and how to calculate things and then how to interpret these things. But then you end up with hundreds of interpretations. And then I don't know if any of you have ever done a printout of your chart where a computer gave you a reading. The computer can only cross-compare 3 things at a time. And each planet in a sign in a house is 3 things. Then you've got multiple versions of this, and then you have to cross-compare it. Well, a computer can't do that. That's where a true astrologer comes in, because we back up and we look at the big picture. Because you might see, oh, forget it, relationships are horrible because of this aspect. And then you could see over here, relationships are great because of this aspect. How do you weigh that out?
Get it all?
You have to know a lot more to actually read a chart.
Oh yes, indeed. I am actually looking forward to those classes. I'm
And
excited.
these are just scratching the surface. These are just introducing, but creating a foundation for you.
Yes.
Creating a great foundation, and that's really important.
Well, you're definitely psychic because you've already answered a question that one of the attending apprentices had.
What was that question?
I don't know. Just said that you were psychic. You answered the question.
Oh, but I want to know the question.
Oh, he's typing it now.
Okay, great. And then if there's a backup question to it, please.
Yes, and everyone, I am keeping an eye on the chat to the right of our pictures. So if you do have any questions, you can type them in, and I will ask them.
These are great questions. What else do we have?
Let's see,
Here we are.
here's,
We have. I saw one pop up. How the astrological systems affect reading charts. So
Yes,
I'm guessing
that
the
was where he said
question.
you were definitely psychic and answered his
Oh,
question.
okay. So then we have to realize there are multiple ways to look at this. There are different zodiacs that are used. There are different time measurements. One of the big arguments that takes place cyclically is sidereal time, which is the actual measurement of what's going on in space, of planets and stars in relationship to each other, with, let's say, the Milky Way and the zodiac signs of sidereal measurement, which is the movement of everything towards the great attractor, and using the galactic center. This is all astronomy, what I'm talking about right now. And then when we look at tropical astrology, we're using a measurement system that is not lined up with those stars anymore. There was at a time, they were lined up, but things moved in a different pattern. Now, my argument is tropical astrology is great because you have to understand it isn't necessarily talking about those particular constellations, but a division in space as per our travel on Earth around the sun, using the equinoxes and the solstices as time point measurements. And then we're calling a division in space, or a 30-degree space in space, by a number, let's say 1, Aries, first house rulership. So the argument of the sidereal measuring system enthusiasts is that tropical time doesn't make any sense. It's not actually using the location of the constellation. Let me tell you something. Nothing is where it was. Everything is moving in space. So you just have to start with something. How do we know 6 a.m. is 6 a.m.? Do we really? No, we're just agreeing on this. We're just saying, yes, this is 6 a.m. I'm saying so because I set my clock to it, and
it's agreed upon reality.
Something's flying around in the space junk line outside of the Earth that's telling me from a satellite that it's 6 a.m.
Yeah.
But what about if we just say, well, but I rise with the sun and I rest with the moon? Then we're measuring from a different perspective view, right? I don't care which system you use. What I care about is, are you accurate? Or is what you're telling me making sense? I can read both systems. I can come to the same conclusion with both systems. Doesn't matter which system I use to read.
That is something, is the accuracy. That is what really.
So it's all about interpretation, and that's why contemplation and meditation is so very important, because we need to take time to think about this. It's the same thing. Let's look at just another divination system like tarot. Each tarot card has representation and connection with a number, with an astrological sign, with a planet, with a time of year, with a set of dates. So we could deduce information from this based on all of this. However, what if the question that was asked has nothing to do with any of what we can find there? We have to also take in the information of the artwork, because we might be reading a particular deck. We have to take into consideration our relationship to that deck and that particular artwork. So there's a lot that goes into it. So this is the difference between a cookbook explanation and really using your intuition.
Yes, I can see that. We've had another question that it doesn't really seem like much of a backup to me. We're not really backtracking very much. There was a question concerning the topic of shared traits. Is there a profile
Shared
of a person
traits?
who is lacking shared traits?
Oh, shared traits.
The profile of a person who is lacking in water traits? And if so, what is the best way to overcome any associated difficulties that could come as a result?
Okay, so when we're looking at weighing out elemental traits in a chart, we could come up with, we don't see any water, we don't see any air, we don't see any fire. But if we're really utilizing what I said earlier, that everybody has every planet, every sign, then really, does that make any sense? No, you've got it. Because it may not be a lack, it might be, and that could show up as an interpretation of, say, none of the planets are in fire signs. Let's just say that. So we don't see any planet in fire sign, but some of those planets are fire planets. Now, if a fire planet's in air feeds fire, there's some fire. It may not measure out how you're measuring it. Again, that's why a computer interpretation gets trumped by an astrologer, because we can see beyond what the computer can weigh out.
That makes a lot of sense.
Mm.
Now, if you do have, is there a way that you can consciously increase associations that are lacking in your sign?
I think if you would think about this question a little bit more, you could answer it yourself. So let's say we have a friend who is not grounded. They live in space. They're very airy. They're wifty. They're lovely, lovely friend. But we know that they're lacking some grounding. What about going out for a walk in nature? What about lying down in the sand at the beach? What about lying down on the ground? What about leaning against or hugging a tree? What about practicing some of the grounding exercises that I teach you at level 1? These would all bring in some of that element. We can also find elements in food. Some foods will produce, and this is something interesting about food. Food may seem to have a particular action or element in the food itself, but then when the body utilizes it, it might actually turn into something else. We have to remember, we are alchemical. Our bodies use fire to digest, and use air to move information, and use water to flow and clean. And so all of these elements are always in us.
And always working.
Yes.
Very much so.
But some could be a little sleepy, some could be a little immature. This is talking about astrological, but we could also see this physiologically as well. So we can also look at planets in their placement like a part of a life cycle. Is it born yet? It could be unborn. And we're talking about characteristics here. So we're just singling out a single planet. Let's say Mercury, which is an air planet, rules Gemini, rules also Virgo, and is associated with the 3rd house and the 6th house because of Virgo and Gemini. So we've got this airy planet. It could be in a water sign. Air and water. Let's think about, what do air and water make? They make fog, right?
No.
They make mist. And then air and fire, they could boil. Air and fire, the air would feed the fire. The fire would eat up and consume all of the air. The air and air would be more air, right? Even more. And air and earth could be a dust storm or just a dryness. that planet could be in retrograde in a moment. That means it would take more time to come into itself. It could be in a certain decan or area within a sign, which could make it immature, unborn, adolescent, infant, adult, old, decrepit, dying, dead. These are all ways a planet can be viewed. So then it's my job as your astrologer to figure this all out, and then you tell me what you want. What do you want to create? What do you want to move into or change? And then it's my job to figure out how to work with what you've got and then help you with it.
Excellent. Complicated job.
Minimum 9 lifetimes of preparation.
Sounds like that would be a minimum need.
Now you understand. You know, there are many, many people out there, everybody, who talk astrology, but there's only a small handful who are really talking it correctly and are really understanding what's going on astronomically, and also being able to interpret it correctly. There's so much that goes into it.
You have to look at all the different aspects of it. It's not just a single thing.
That is correct.
That is correct.
Do we have any other places to go other than astrology?
Let's see. A little bit.
Okay.
We already kind of, it's kind of focused on water sign because it is the water moon. Let's see. What are the individual strengths of each water sign?
Okay, so when we talk about strengths, really what that's a part of, everybody, is characteristics. And in Sanskrit, those are called karaka. How interesting. Similar word, right? Karaka, characteristic. I'm sure the English word came from that word. And so there are many characteristics per each water sign. And those you can explore. Pretty much there are ones that we're familiar with. Sensitivity. Think about the element of water itself. It needs a container. So having good boundaries is very helpful for a water sign. And we can think about how the element interacts with the other elements. But again, I'd want to know, well, what's the ascendant? What's the moon sign? I mean, for instance, I have the sun in Scorpio, so that's a water sign. I have my ascendant is just before Pisces, but it's in Aquarius. So I have an air sign rising, and I have a moon sign, Virgo, which is an earth sign, even though it's got an air planet ruling it. So we've got to take that into consideration. But I have had, I'm going to say, novice astrologers look at my chart and tell me I have no air. Excuse me? I have 29 degrees and change Aquarius rising. How do you figure that? Well, you don't have any planets in an air sign. But you're missing the whole mark there, because the ascendant is huge. The ascendant is the doorway to the first house. That's who we are. That's how we show up. That's how we are perceived by others.
I think that may have actually just spoken to the question Apprentice Astra put up. She's heard about some astrologers speak about engaging balancing actions like you described, and if you have planets that are in detriment. She was asking if you could speak a bit about what it means if planets are exalted or in detriment, and what impact that could have on a person. I think that was just kind of what you were talking about.
Well, again, we have to go to the aspects. We could see, okay, let's use my chart again. I was born on the one day, everybody, out of the year, where the sun is debilitated. And I don't care which system you use, in every system, I have the debilitated sun. So, okay. So you're telling me the sidereal measurement and the tropical measurement both put debilitated sun on the same day. Really? Are they that different? Okay. And then, you know, somebody could look at my chart and say, you know, tear it up, not even worth it, you know, good luck with this lifetime. But yet, Venus is completely unaspected in my chart. And also acts, there's also a planet which is called the Oriental, not a derogatory use of the word Oriental. The Oriental planet is the one closest behind the sun. Venus is that in my chart. And so that there are many, many things in my chart that say that Venus outweighs everything else. So it doesn't matter how messed up things are, as long as Venus is happy, everybody else gets happier. So that goes back to something I said earlier about we could see all these signs pointing at, you know, sorry, kid, this is going to be a messed up lifetime. But then you've got to back up and see the entire chart. There could be things that maybe are late bloomers or could utilize certain things to help them bloom and outweigh anything that's a difficulty or a challenge. So then in many forms of astrology, there are curative actions that we can take. In Jyotisha, which is also called Vedic astrology, but it's more properly called Jyotisha, there are gemstones and mantras and practices and changes to the environment and the diet that can be made in order to harmonize. So I'd rather you think of this as harmonizing. Let's think of the planets as musical notes. I think Rivendell will like that. And
there is a music to the universe.
Yeah, the spheres are music. Everything has vibration. Everything is potentially music. And so let's think of, okay, maybe there's some dissonance, meaning the sounds don't sound so great together. How could we harmonize them? And this is the same when we're talking about chakras. I like to teach the beginners to get out of the idea that a chakra is like a flat disc and that it spins around like a CD. They don't. They're beyond our dimensional measurement. They're not even three-dimensional. They're beyond that. They're multi-dimensional. And their energy, and they reside in a particular layer of energy. The flesh body is a meat puppet that you think you are. That's just your smallest aspect. Then some of us understand what an aura is. That's an energetic layer, but there's an emotional layer, the auric layer, the intellectual layer, the spiritual layer, and then there's layers that we don't really have any control over. We can only relate to and make changes with 5 elements. From the root chakra upward would be earth is Muladhara chakra, the first chakra. Then we have water, our element, which is the second chakra, which is Svadhisthana. Then we have Manipura, which is the element of fire. Then we've got the heart chakra, Anahata, which is air. And then we've got the throat chakra, Vishuddha, which is space, Akasha. That's where the whole idea of Akasha comes from. People say Akasha or Akashic, it's Akasha. These are the elements we can relate to. Anything above, we have no control over. We cannot force Kundalini to move. We cannot force the energy up. We can only try to nurture and make space. The same goes for the planets.
So we've had a couple more questions come in.
Okay, great.
Captain Emeritus Mason Cunningham has asked the question, I have dabbled in a few divination systems over a number of years. Do you believe there is a good method for picking a system to invest in beyond intuition, which is a given when dealing with divination? What makes a system speak to you personally or other diviners you know?
I would have to say that it's what you're attracted to. There's no better way. If you're great with rolling dice and numbers, by all means, use it. If Leonardman is your choice of oracle deck, use it. If you love tarot, great. If you love playing cards, go for it. If you prefer I Ching or astrology, or there's so many. I mean, the list goes on. I love augury. I love reading signs in nature. If you've got a familiar, if you've got a pet, your pet is a divination system. You can read all kinds of messages as you become aware of watching and tracking their different behavior. So I can't say that there's a primary version, but I will tell you this. Numerology is within most of them. Astronomy is within many of them. And so understanding some of this astrology is important. For instance, if you want to read palms, it's all based on astrology. It's an astrology map on your hand. And so getting familiar with numerology and astrology, I think, is primary, because we'll see this show up within many of the other systems.
It'll come up over and over.
It's an infrastructure.
That makes sense. Let's see. We also had apprentice Cerberus Spineweed had asked, I believe this was kind of answered earlier, but I will read it to make certain. What is your view on someone having a natal chart that is mainly within a specific sign or overwhelmed by a specific element? For example, all of his planets on his natal chart are in Capricorn.
Every single planet? That's not possible. That's not possible.
That would be one of those, like,
first of all,
massive planetary alignment things.
Yeah, but there's very, if we're looking at Mercury, which goes around the sun 3 times a year, and we look at Pluto that takes 249 years to go around the sun, getting everything lined up in one sign, not going to happen very often.
So apparently an astrologer did the chart.
I'd like to redo it, please. So send me an email with your date, your accurate time, and your location spelled correctly, and I'll be happy to do this chart for you and send you a copy of it, and we'll just see, because
if it does all
I'm very
line
skeptical.
up,
I mean, I'd like to
let
know
us
what
know.
software. And that's another thing. You know, people often will come to me and say, "Oh, I know. You know, my sun is in this sign, my moon in this, my ascendant." I say, "That's great. May I have your birth data so I can do it in my software?" Because you may not be using the same house system. There's so many different house systems, and I know what I use to be accurate. So I'd want to look at it in my own system.
Well, that makes awesome sense. And the comments are going, "Ooh, a natal chart by Dita and Beacon Heavy." Everybody's like,
Sure, if you take
awesome.
if you take the introduction to popular astrological systems, you'll learn an intro to Celtic astrology, Chinese astrology, and also tropical astrology. And if there's a point in there where you can tell me your birth date, but if you give me all the data with the date, the time, and the location, with everything spelled correctly, make sure you write the month out, because then I need to know, is it European style or US style, with the month or the day first, unless it's obvious. I'm more than happy to make a chart.
Oh, so when we take the classes, you walk us through learning how to do that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
hopefully. I'm in the intro class. It's a smorgasbord. You know, a lot of these intro classes are, because you're being given a little taste of many things. But this is, I mean, how else would we learn? Oh, I want a bigger plate of that. You know, I want to study more of that. I also am fascinated by systems like, I mean, when we look at Oriental astrology, and we're talking about an entire year to tell everybody that year you're all like this, well, we can definitely see tendencies, but a true Oriental chart has a lot more in it. It's like every other astrological system, so we have to go beyond that one sign, you know, and then the elements play into it. There's a 5-element system in that. And then Mayan astrology also, we could say on this particular day in this particular year, we had this particular Ken, you know, we've got this particular sign. That's only a portion of the chart. It's much bigger than that.
That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. This is why it's misunderstood by many, because they think, how could one day denote this? But I don't know if any of you have ever looked in, say, the birthday book, just the day of the year. It's quite uncanny, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It very much is. Let's see. Apprentice Astra asks, what house system do you like to use?
I use the Koch house system. I find it more accurate than what a lot of people use, which is Placidus, because it goes a little bit more broad on longitude. It's spelled C-O-C-H. I'm sorry, K-O-C-H. It's spelled K-O-C-H.
K-O-C-H.
Mm-hmm. So when you go to a site where you can make your own chart or an app, you can usually choose the house system. It will default to Placidus. Placidus is a little bit tighter in longitudinal measurement, and certain house systems put everybody on the equator. Unless you were born on the equator, you might want to adjust it.
That makes sense. Does the Koch need less adjusting for that?
Koch is, well, each of these is already, I would say, pre-adjusted. They're already mathematical formulation. So what I use Koch because, well, I was an apprentice many years ago, and the astrological wizard who taught me used Koch, and she taught me astrolocality, which is also called astrocartography. And Koch is the preferred house system for that. Then later, when I went to college for astrology, a teacher that I really resonated with also used Koch, and it just reinforced it for me. And she was very famous for timing. She worked in Vegas, in Las Vegas, for many years, advising gamblers, professional gamblers. And the way she got paid was a percentage of their winnings. And the deal was, I'll give you information, you follow the information. I don't want to hear about it if you lose, but if you win, you owe me 20%. She
could be big, but
very successful. very, I'm talking private plane and the whole thing.
Oh yeah, the professional gamblers are.
No, she wasn't a gambler. She was an astrologer.
Yeah, they just from what they can win, and even just 20% would be amazing.
2% is pretty amazing.
Figure. Right, I'd take one.
or one Bitcoin. I would take a Bitcoin.
Nowadays, right. Let's see. We've a couple of people have commented that they're definitely going to be signing up for those classes.
Excellent, but make sure that you complete your core energy practices classes, because these are there for a purpose as level 1, because these are so important to give you the tools that are going to make everything else more comfortable, easier, more fun, and give you the depth and the ability to contemplate, like wizardry class with our provost Nicholas Kingsley, and just becoming adept at all those required classes they're there for a reason, because they're going to give you the foundation that you need to make your studies so much more enriched.
That's why they're the base classes, because those are the basic skills we need to develop
Correct.
to bloom as wizards. So,
Were there any other water questions or any? I didn't realize we were talking mostly about astrology today, but that's fine.
we did kind of go off into astrology.
I thought originally when we were all speaking about it that there was some other topics, and certainly if anybody's here that has a question about something else while we're here together, I'd be more than happy to answer it.
I'm trying to keep an eye out on the chats. I think we're all just absolutely fascinated by the astrology and just loving getting to chat.
How much are you enjoying being here in Zoom for this? That I definitely want to know, and type it in the chat.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
it's nice to actually see each other's faces and connect, yes?
Yes, very much so.
Ah, excellent, excellent.
We
Yeah,
get to see the humanity on the other side of the name.
excellent. Great. Any more questions about anything?
Prentice Ostra said, would love to hear you speak about the connection between astrology and tarot.
There's a huge connection there. So, as I earlier mentioned, numerology is, of course, a big part of any playing card system, whether you're playing poker or using tarot, because there's the numbers ace, which would be the 1 through 10. That's basic numerology. And then we've got court cards, which would be the Jack, Queen, King in a playing deck, or the Page, Knight, Queen, King in a tarot deck. And then we've got the major arcana, which, if you're a bridge player, those would be the trumps. And those are higher octaves of the number cards. So then we could say, using the idea of numerology, there's in the double digits, we could add those digits together. Let's just say the 12 card, that's 1 plus 2, that's 3. So that relates down to the 3 card and every 3 card. So that's how that's a really down and dirty quick explanation of the numerology in tarot. Then each card relates to a planet, each card relates to a sign. In the major arcanas, we've got 21 possible cards, but we've got 12 signs. So not every single one of them is relating specifically. But then each card relates to a planet. They also divide up that way. And then in astrology, there's a system. So each sign has 30 degrees. And then we can divide those 30 degrees into 10s. 3 groups of 10, those are called decans. And each of those relates to something specific in a card. So a specific tarot card of one of the minor arcana could relate to a specific decan of a sign. There are charts you can find online. I've seen some really beautiful ones created by people that you can purchase, and this gives you the whole mapping. So one of the most tricky things for people to learn as tarotists is time. I personally prefer to do timing questions with astrology. Just so much easier. I have methods that I use for that. But if I absolutely have to use tarot cards, then I'm looking at the decans. We could relate the suits of the cards to timing of the year. So those would give us the seasons. And then we could look at the signs in those seasons. We can divide it up that way. And just characteristics of the sign, whereby there are very particular relationships with specific tarot cards. But this is not something I could teach you in a couple minutes.
That is very understandable. We have just a few more minutes left for our interview time. And I think there was actually three questions left we were originally going to ask, and there's definitely going to be a lot of interest has been sparked in some of the classes.
That's excellent. I'm so happy to see some interest. The astrological and tarot classes are all in the divination department, so that's where you'll find them, everybody.
So our last question, and if there's more questions in the chat, let's go take the classes. Yes. Our last question for you this time, Dean Ambika Devi. Did I do it right? Yes. How do you, as a master wizard of the Waters Lodge, incorporate the 3 rules of wizardry into your practice?
She does.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I try to incorporate all of the integrity and all of the ideology into my daily life. And what's very interesting is that I come from a Far Eastern training background. And to me, all of the bylines of being a yogi are identical to being a wizard, of being in service to the world, of living in harmony with the earth, and of helping others. So I really don't see it any different. You know, one of our axioms is be good, do good, and live well, be kind. I mean, these are all the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I don't have any separation. We do the best we can every day, but I think the most important kindness we must pay is to ourselves.
That can sometimes be the hardest kindness to give. Is to
And
ourselves.
to be in service to humanity, but we've got to be honest with ourselves with where our own energy is at. So I was teaching a course to a group from Europe the other day on pendulum, a form of divination, of scrying, and the way I ultimately can teach pendulum is also as a healing tool. But yes, so that's beyond. Think Reiki on steroids, kind of, with divination involved. So yeah, this kind of dowsing is very, very interesting. So I was teaching them the other day. Now I'm trying to remember why I was tangenting off on this. Remind me where I was.
See, I closed the thing about the wizardly path in your
The
daily
wizardly path, yeah.
Keywords, we got this.
Wow, I went, phew. So I have no idea why I went off on that. I had a really good idea, and then I lost it.
Because we're water, and the wave goes like this as it passes.
So, shoot, I wish I could remember why I brought that up. It was like right before. Help me out, everybody.
Being a wizard and a yogi are essentially the same. You were teaching a class.
Yeah, I got that. It was right before that.
You're trying-
Well, what can we do? I spaced out. It happens.
I would like to thank you so much for doing this for us. I'm sorry that you couldn't see my incredibly handsome countenance. And I do hope that this has been enjoyable for you, Dean Ambika, as it has been for everyone here.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
So I think we need to wrap it up now so we can go on to our take our break and then go on to the ritual. Thank you again so much for doing this. I really appreciate it, and I really felt it was very important since you really are pretty much our senior ranking water's sister in the lodge, and we're very proud to claim you as our own.
Oh, thank you so much. It's it's really a pleasure to see the faces that I got to see today. I'm really, really happy to get to meet some of you in this way. And for those of you who are, let's see, I'm gonna grab a screenshot if I may. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
If I do that?
Yeah, take a picture of my name.
Okay, that's what it'll end up being. I'm just trying to get a bigger screen. All right, those of you who are on screen though, can you give me your most wizardly smile?
Smile and say magic.
I'll take a few. All right, great. Cool. I like that you're holding your pendulum up. And if I remember what I was going to say about the pendulum class, I will. But I'm sure it related to what we were talking about earlier. Have a wonderful ceremony. I've got to dash off to another meeting. So thank you for having me, Waters Lodge. And it's a pleasure to be a part of all of this with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being apprentices at Gray School, and also all of you who do volunteer positions. Thank you so much for all the energy and time you put into our school.
Well, thank you, Dean and McDuff. Yeah, I did not even see this chat upon Earth. I was watching the chat on the other one. She is such a fascinating lady. She really is.
Okay, so we're starting our break now, and well, for those of you who are not involved in the ritual, for those of you who are directly involved in the ritual, I would appreciate it if you would go ahead and take about 5 minutes off and join me down at the ritual area so we can go over it and make sure that everybody knows exactly what we're doing before we have to do it in front of people.
Excellent. That works for me.
Okay, so.
I'm just looking at stuff.
Okey doke. Thanks so
you.
much.
It's a noise, a lot of noise.
Yes, yes, I'm gonna mute myself.
Somebody's beard is rubbing on.
Okay. All right, go.
There we go.
Sorry, is my bag rattling
Okay.
too much noise?
So, many of you may have heard of using water in rituals, spells, and other
Is there a
concoctions.
cardboard recycle somewhere around here?
It is very easy to make.
Right here, I'll take the cardboard.
Simply place water in a clear
Taking up
container
the entirety of
and
the
set it out in the moonlight, either outside or on a windowsill. You can leave the water overnight or just out for a few hours. The moon can be behind clouds and it will still work. Moonlight is unhindered for magical purposes by being obscured by clouds. There's 4 main phases of the moon that you may want moon water for. Dark or the waxing moon, the full moon, and the waning moon. Each phase has its own aspects. The dark moon is a time of rest and rejuvenation for many. This water can boost new beginnings. The waxing moon is a time of growing and building. This water is good for growth, evolving, and development of both natural and spiritual. The full moon is a time of plenty and abundance. This water is good for works involving increase of any kind. The waning moon, she has to click on something. The waning moon is a time of vanishing. This water is good for letting go of habits, relationships, or anything that no longer serves you. You can also charge water for a more specific purpose, simply by charging your moon water during a specific sign of the zodiac, spell time, a day of the week, phase of the moon, including herbs, oils, and stones. An understanding of the element of water will be helpful in the creation and use of moon water. That was sarcasm. All water is moon. Water travels through the universe as ice, comets, asteroids, and falls upon all the planets. Water of the universe is part of every planet and every life. We are all made of the same water. Yes, icy comets. Ice in comets. Icy comets. Shh, go away. This isn't your workshop. That was my life. Dr. Masaru Emoto conducted experiments on the effects of sound, light, pollution, and energy on water by freezing water drops after exposure to factor. And he took pictures of the resulting ice crystals. The more positive the energy, music, or cleanliness of the water, the more beautiful and complex the geometric shape, while negative or harsh music or pollution created more disrupted patterns. In 1999, Dr. Emoto stated that water was a blueprint for our reality, and that emotions, energies, and vibrations could change its physical structure. Dr. Emoto published several volumes of work entitled Messages from the Water, and I do have some references. There have been... It is hard to decide, to narrow down and talk about this. So I'm going to try and focus just on moon water and step away as much as I can. At its very most basics is you are taking some water and exposing it to the moonlight to a certain time of phase of the moon to charge it with that phase's energies with a magical intention. And that water will now embody those properties and the energies of that moon phase. And then you can use it whenever you need it to in your craft. I do recommend keeping it in a cabinet so that it's not affected by... You can use this water for when you can't work during the phase of the moon that's best for whatever spell or work. And by charging the water ahead of time, we're preserving the energy for later. If you do place your water outside in an open container, you'll want to make sure you strain out anything that might have gotten into it, especially if it's a spider or you'll want to say something to charge the water before it ends as you place it charged in the moon, so that is part of making the water is what you intend to do with it. If you intend to have this as to be available for those energies at any time of the cycle, then you can simply say that to it. Let the water know what you're doing. You can also charge with the zodiac sign. Oh, I'm branching out again. Oh look, astrology's back. Because each of the zodiac signs also have energies. And scroll down. I have several links and images. I will be placing this document up on the Grey School of Wizardry's files and folders so that you can. And sometimes people ask, well, yes, it's all it links to the waves of connection. Some people say, well, why is the moon cycle important when you're casting a spell? Well, the moon is Earth's only natural satellite, and she accompanies and influences us in so many ways, even when we can't see her or feel her. If you have any doubts about whether or not the moon is affecting the Earth, or look at the ocean tides. The moon is directly related to the heights of tides. And humans are made of a great deal of water. So you know that it is affecting us, whether we realize it or not. Okay, and so for the new moon, or dark moon, it is called both, however, it's actually two different moons. This is not a moon cycle workshop, it's moon water. Okay, the new moon, first phase for the month. It starts when the moon is invisible. And that is the part that lasts for 1 day at the middle of the 3-day cycle, 3-day period that's considered the new moon. And that is the dark moon. And that is a time of rest, when it is between the sun and the earth and you don't see. And then it slowly comes back out and waxes. The energy of the new moon is about introspection, self-analysis, reflecting on ourselves, anything that involves thinking things through, making decisions. For those who have darker moments in their lives, this is also, for me, this is the water that I associate with any sorts of death ritual. Whenever I've lost someone, that dark moon water is what is used during any rituals. While the next phase of the moon is the waxing crescent. Oh wait, is this the one that goes to up to 8? Yeah, this goes up to 8. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna skip through that part. This is notes I have. Another astrology link with the phases of the moon and is the zodiac again. is, and for basic, we have Aries is action, enthusiasm. Taurus is renewal and sensuality. Gemini is communication and curiosity. Cancer is emotion, nurturing. Leo is vitality, determination. Virgo is organizing and study. Libra is about balance and cooperation. Scorpio is about sexual and philosophical. Capricorn is about authority and ambition, being ambitious. Aquarius is about innovation and potential. And Pisces is about sensitivity and ideals, idealistic. And that is another aspect to include. Now, does this mean you need to wait until that sign's time of year? Actually, no. The moon goes through the different houses of the zodiac at different times of each month. So you can't actually charge it according to the zodiac in any month. When you start trying to link up the phase of the moon and the zodiac, then it gets a little more complicated. But what about wizardry isn't complicated? Now, when we work with the moon, there are beliefs that are common to many cultures. That the phases of the moon bring out physical and psychological changes and transformations. And that it's according to the phase of the moon, but that effect on and the actual full moon is by many called an Esbat, which is similar to a Sabbath, except that an Esbat happens every month. I like to really play with people because I call an Esbat for both the dark moon and the full moon. So that adds even more holidays and ritual times for you to talk into your calendars. And now, I mentioned spell time. Choosing when you want to do a spell can be complicated. And sometimes you just need to do it. So having moon water already set aside helps. And when you have the energy of phase, time, and the sun sign, specific days of the week, this aligns even more energy. It's even more energy into what you're doing. And it helps you to just empower it and align. There are sites that tell you what the different days of the week have on. There is some good information in the Grimoire of Thieves. And there's also a lot of information on the internet. Monday is ruled by the moon. And depending on what cycle of the moon you're in is what aspects it will have. When it's waxing, it's about increasing. It's waning, it's about banishing and regulating. Also, when it's waxing, it's about reconciliation. When it's waning, it can be also about banishing. It can be about dreams, receptivity, love. There are those similar associations for every day of the week. The Sabbats, the equinoxes and solstices also have their own large energies. And I have equinox and solstice water. And occasionally full moons or dark moons. That makes them even. The vernal equinox is about spring cleaning, out with the old to make way for the new beginnings, fertility, family, home. The summer solstice is about weddings, contracts, fertility, and energy. The autumn equinox is about endings, harvest, contracts. The winter solstice is about family connections, new beginnings, home, and hearth. And for me, the winter solstice is about evaluating and making your plans for the future. Evaluating past year and what you accomplished and how you're going to the future. And moon water can be a very big part of that. Having it already on hand as you're doing all this thinking. You go, oh, this, I want to do this. Well, this moon water, this phase of the moon would do that. And this zodiac sign energy would be good for it. And you don't have to do it all in one moment. You can take your full moon water, and when it's the height of that zodiac's time, and place it out and charge it with the zodiac's energy, while maintaining the full moon energy, no matter what the moon is that day. It's all with your intent. It's all with your energy and what you want this water to be. Water is incredibly receptive to images. That would be the sensitivity that Ambika was speaking of. And then, of course, you can include planetary hours in this. You can evolve your moon water. Take a big bottle of moon water, some into a smaller bottle to do other things with, to put in stones, to put in the time of day, to put in emotions. The doctor, I can never remember his name, and I was just talking about him. It is amazing. Try getting a bottle of regular tablet. Put a sticky label on it. Emoto, thank you, service. And write a word on it. Like love, health, hope, happy. Something positive. And drink out of that bottle of water. And see how different the water is. It does truly make a difference. Just simply having a label with a word on it changes the very composition of the water. So, if it's that simple, there's that much of an effect on the water. When we make the moon water with the phase of the moon and its energies and aspects, then that just, it is an incredible vehicle for our intents and purposes. I have a favorite book, which I am looking for now. Of course, can't put my hand on my favorite book. It is Moon Magic. It is not actually based on. It is not a book you need to rebuy every year, like the Farmer's Almanac in the States, which I buy every year. And my planting, above ground, everything. It's all based on. And this one, Moon Magic, I believe is by Ethan Kane. It is general moon information, and I strongly recommend it. It's a very good book. It is also by Bellin Publishers, who's like producer of esoteric books. And I strongly recommend making some moon water. You don't have to be really obvious about it. I always try and address that there are places where you cannot be obvious. You can't let the people around you know that you are thinking or doing things differently. And that is called surviving your tribe. We can't always choose our neighbors or who we're going to. We do choose who we become. And you can take a little bottle of water and just set it somewhere in your room. And many people have a bottle of water to drink. There's nothing strange about having a bottle. So you can have your moon water and you can charge it and not have to worry. It's not going to have a lot of symbolism on it. It's not going to be obvious in any way that you're doing anything out of whatever your norm is. People who are very lucky can have a decorated water bottle, make especially for what they're doing. Have a special one for each moon with symbols all over it, and it's ready to hold it and contain it. And I want to share one of my views of water. The fact that water, the hardest to contain elements, does hold energy so well. It transmutes so well. And some old school people will go, oh, you can't do that. That particular element, what that's made out of won't work. Water can hold energy. Air can hold energy. It's what you do with it that makes the difference. So, just because something doesn't work for one person doesn't mean it won't work for you. And does anyone have any questions about the making of
nothing immediately off the top of my head. Although I did want to ask one more time. What was that book you recommended? I didn't remember the author.
Let me kind of look a bit, because I was just pulling that off the top of my head. Actually, I don't know if I'm digging through my books. I actually have it. I do. I have a master list. Okay, here's a little tidbit for you guys. I have a master list in my Grey School of Wizardry folder. That is my references. Biography reference. Anytime I use a book, references and citations, there's my phone. I put it in directly from the writing and citing class and post on our forum is references. I have books. It shows you how to put them in for the way that the Grey School of Wizardry wants it done. Magic. And of course, it's not that it would be. I love myself so much. I really, really do. Did I just tuck it in down there? No, it is magic. And I'm almost positive it's Eden McCoy.
Oh, Eden McCoy. Okay. Because I looked it up on Amazon. I'm like, what is a popular subject? And I'm like, this is the one by DJ Conway. Is it,
Not DJ. No. I do have some books by DJ.
All right.
Yeah,
Eden
you just
McCoy.
put in Moon Magic, it gives you some interesting stuff up here.
Yeah, and then I'm like, oh. Yeah, that doesn't help too, because a lot of them like to use that sort of moonlight kind of aesthetic. So you get a lot of navy blue covers on these Moon Magic books. You know, you want to make it look very spacey.
Interview. Just give me the. Oh, I love jumping on my.
Is it by Dorothy Morrison?
She said it. She named dropped Eden McCoy, but I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm jumping on trying to find it, and I keep getting sidetracked. Okay, let me to my search string here.
Oh, I might have stumbled on it. Is it this?
Okay, I lied. It is DJ Conway.
Oh! Oh, jeez.
It's got a sign and a raven. Yep, that's the one.
Okay, so it was the DJ going. Okay.
Yeah, I'm very visual. I am very visual. Let me go back here and oh, it's an actual link to Llewellyn.
Yeah. Okay.
there's the Llewellyn site link. It has a lot of good information in it. That is my go-to starter book whenever I'm going to do anything about or with the moon. That's the first book I go to. Then I go to the... I know, I should go to the Grimoire. Bad.
2 merit loss.
Oh no.
Yes, right. Oh. Hey, I already almost lost merits with my pop quiz earlier about the wizardry. The 3 rules of wizardry, y'all. Engrave those on your brain because there are pop quizzes. You're just sitting there talking, all of a sudden I get a private message. Pop quiz, what?
Yeah. No, every time I start a new journal, I make sure my first page is those. Just one is because it's good to remind yourself of all your vows and all the things you have agreed to try to do, and also if you ever need to reference it in a panic, it's there at the front of the journal.
It's the very front.
Tattoo them to the... I should tattoo them to my arm.
I'm thinking about it.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, another thing about moon water is share a little something I do. When I was in Georgia several years back, which I was born in South Carolina, Kentucky, Alabama, Southeast state, I was back visiting, and I brought home a 1-liter bottle of water from Red Clay County. Now, this is a place in Tennessee where the Cherokee Indians gathered to decide what they were going to do. If they were going to keep fighting the white men, or if they were going to go onto the reservations and let them have the land on the East Coast. Staying completely out of that whole political subject, there is a spring there that it comes up there, it travels about 300 yards, and then it goes back underground. Even with all the modern equipment, they don't know where it comes from. It is ice cold and totally... it's got rocks and minerals in it. It is... Drink it, it's fine. People go there and get water jugs just to have good water. But I brought that home, and it is the water of my ancestors. I do have some Cherokee blood, and that is my water that I use when I want to make moon water. Give it that little extra.
This is my
favorite
favorite space boyfriend.
Into the water, and that adds that energy. And the part where I said all water is universe, all the water is the same water. It immediately spreads to every molecule. And I use it for various rituals. Now, one Samhain night, I went out to our property, as I do every Samhain, and I was using my ancestor water, and I had forgotten to make a bottle. So I just took my bottle of ancestor water, and as I poured it out, this water, which I had taken a sip of at the beginning of my ritual, started bubbling like hydrogen peroxide. Only in one spot. So I paused, and I looked at my friend, and they're looking at me, and we all look back at the bubbling water. And we continued. I paused a moment to let whatever was needed to happen happen. Stopped bubbling, we continued. It didn't do that anywhere else. It was just in this one spot. And it took us a while to figure out what was going on. And it turns out that we have a nearby home where mentally troubled people live and are helped, and their caregivers come and sit on that on their smoke breaks, lunch break. And what the water was doing is I was using water, part of the Circle Declaration and energies that I was giving out to help the world. That was them responding to what the earth there was holding from these women sitting there and relaxing and letting it go. That was my charged water doing its job. You will have these moments when, like, okay, I'm doing this and I'm doing that because they said this. Wow, this really did work. I see this. So actually do it. Work with the moon water. If you don't want to do the, try writing a positive word for yourself on a bottle of water and see how that helps you. Or someone else's. If someone around you is having a really, write a positive word on a bottle of water. See if it'll help. And that is all I've got.
All right.
Yay!
Good. I have a curiosity. What is the best phase of the moon for planting or harvest?
Well, that depends on if it's an above ground crop, a low ground crop. And I don't remember right offhand. And it
I
depends
can
on
tell
the
you.
country. But
Okay,
I know
Green
from
Wizard
America,
here. It's most things. It's going to be during the waxing moon. Okay, for anything where the part of the plant that you value is underground, like potatoes or carrots, do that in the third quarter when the moon starts to wane after full moon, but do it in the third quarter. Don't do it in the very final quarter of the moon. That very last quarter, the final part of the waning moon, you should save that for when you want to, like, cut back on weeds and things like that.
blackberries. I have scabs. We were working with blackberries.
Yeah. So, Blue, if I can just point something out, I'm not sure whether you've mentioned it or not, because you were cutting out a little bit, on my end at least. But when it comes to moon water, how would you preserve it?
Preserve it.
Yeah, so it doesn't go off or cloudy or anything like that.
You know, I'm a bit of a modern kitchen witch myself. Have you ever heard of silver?
Yep.
One of the ways you purify silver, and it's something that the preference is colloidal silver. Is you put that in, and that will keep your water safe from mildew and other contaminants that will hurt you for years, and it only takes a few per gallon.
Yep.
A lot of people will put a piece of silver, like a piece of silver too, or natural silver in. I personally go through my water so fast. I actually was worried about my ancestor water. 2 years, and it never did get cloudy because I think it was just the energy.
Yep.
But yeah, I would go with silver, either an actual piece of silver, and keep it out of the sunlight because, you know, the sun encourages growth.
Yep. Perfect. Can also add on to that.
Of course.
Cool. So one of the things that I do outside of grade school is something that we call flower remedies, both the Australian flower remedies and bark, which primarily uses water as a medium to hold onto energy, whether that be, you know, flower energy, gem energy, lunar energy, even energy of time and space or place. And one good formula for anyone out there who, let's say, may not be able to get themselves colloidal silver or even afford genuine silver is a very simple remedy of 2/3 filling up your vessel with, like, say, brandy or and 80 proof vodka, and the rest with your pure spring or distilled water or any other form of water. And that would generally hold it in place as well. And a little trick also when it comes to using your moon, gem, or other types of waters is you don't have to just use it straight from the jar. You can dilute it in small amounts based off of numerological numbers, whether it be like 4, 7s, etc., into another vessel of water. Thereby, you can keep it for long periods of time.
Excellent. And you know, I would not think that, thinking about it, Hamato goes to take pictures of ice crystals. So the freezing process would not necessarily affect any of the energy. So, ice cube tray of moon water.
Yep. Put the pulls in it.
Shove, you know, and it does, which does what they need to do.
Yeah. I'm just remembering a time when I was able to get thunderstorm water gathered from a cemetery.
Nice stuff.
Yeah, hence why I wanted to mention the preservative side of things, in case you have something like that, which comes once in a blue moon for you.
I'm lucky. My big score was actually some sand from Death Valley.
Nice.
Which is awesome to use for settling things at disrupted spaces. Here. Let's focus here. So, does anyone have any?
Okay, thank you so much for giving this wonderful workshop. Applause! Yay, Blue!
Hey.
Okay, so those of you who would be interested in doing this, I think it's fairly certain that Captain Rivadel is not in Second Life space today. So at 2:30, if you would like to go up to the alchemy department, I will be giving a talk on water sharing and how to use that in a magical practice.
Yeah, that's the one I've been trying to incorporate into. It may be the one I've been trying to figure out how to make that work. But where is alchemy?
It is on the, I think, the second floor. We had to walk
Yeah.
around and find it yesterday.
So alchemy
I
is
think
on
it's
the
in the second
highest
floor.
floor. Yeah, it's on the highest floor,
Oh, the
directly
third- yeah,
across
you're
from
right.
directly
across the stairs.
Yeah, you either put it up in the top of a tower or deep in the basement because alchemy can be explosive.
Yeah, third floor. That's right.
You never know.
Yeah, it's third floor because yesterday Lux and I walked all over this castle.
Yeah.
Trying to find that. It wasn't until we got up to the third
actually,
floor.
funnily enough, my current D&D character is now they're remodeling the house to make sure it has ventilation. You're gonna blow something up.
Very good. So let's go there.
Okay, well, you do have about I don't know, 10-minute break, so if you got to pee or something, this is the time to do it.
Sure. But I'll put my body over there and then I go.
That sounds, yeah, put your body up there.
Well, I'm going to have to go ahead and excuse myself, Fallen Arts. I wanted to thank you again for all the work you've done for this moot, and I'm sorry I won't be able to witness your presentation, but I'm sure it'll be excellent.
Well, I hope it is because I threw it together last night after midnight when I realized Rivadel wasn't going to be able to make it. So,
You know, I do my best work under pressure, so maybe you're the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other
well,
good thing
yeah,
is,
and it's something I know about.
It also
you know,
helps
so it's just basically a matter of sitting down and putting my thoughts.
feed off of one another, ideas, etc.
Thank you again for helping us with
papers
the,
and how
with
to
the
formulate
ritual,
things.
and I'm just really feel very honored that you actually spent most of the day here with us for this move.
Well, you're welcome. It was a great experience, and I look forward to doing it again the next time you come on the event.
Dean Ambaka as
Okay.
well as Prof. Kingsley about is for the
I'll
divination
talk
class
to you
in
later then.
particular. You
There
can
you
get
will.
divination tables, like tarot tables, or even rune tables here in Second Life. So it would be cool to set up the divination room with actual tarot tables or rune tables, so apprentices can come in here and actually practice with one another, do, like I say, readings for one another using those methods.
Yeah, Sailor was wanting to do that. Yeah. But I'll be right back.
I mean, at the moment, I'm working on my magical creature to the whole ethics thing.
Yeah, I don't always do real well in the ethics classes.
Yeah.
Now that I'm a fourth year, I have one more. I've got to do one more of these Lifeways classes. It's like, oh no, not Lifeways. Lifeways is so tough for me.
Yeah.
I tend to disagree with the instructors on some of these things, and they
Yeah.
are like really subjective.
Yeah. Yeah, like with the gym class in particular, I got 98%, which is yay. So I usually get 100% of that kind of stuff. But in this case, I didn't because I didn't bring in a secular idea. So an add-on that would have given me 100 would be, for example, if I mentioned, let's say, the Quran view of the jinn. I'm like, I'm trying to keep it secular because grade school's secular.
Yeah, which that, I mean, that you get carried away with that too.
Yeah.
It's entirely secular. I mean, there's a definite
Overlap.
connection between magic and spirituality. Trying to separate them literally impossible at this point. I mean, the important thing to me is don't.
I think it's been actually getting better because my brother's been loading and unloading the dishwasher, and so
As long as
it'll be easier for him.
it's
It's easier to fill the dishwasher when it's empty.
I mean,
So nobody else wants to do it.
I actually did for my first challenge. All the water's challenges are based on department, which is kind of how I thought it would be a cool way to do things. And my first challenge was based on lore. And so I suggested for that challenge that search a deity or spirit of some kind that's associated with water. And someone says, oh, but it's religion. It's like, no, it's not religion. I'm not making somebody practice a religion. You know, it's like, and you know, if you're a Christian, then how about a saint or something? I don't really care what it is. But, you know, it's, you go into the memoir and there's whole chapters on the gods and what they represent and symbolism and stuff. So, and that's in the lore section. So
Yeah.
Lore, I think it's
This is going a little longer.
Basic high school history talks about ancient Greek deities, for example, does not mean that you're going to become a Hellenic polytheist.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about Jesus. It's not doesn't mean I'm gonna wake up the next day and find myself, oh, look at that, I'm a Baptist.
Sorry, I just had the meme just pop into my head then. Remember Wife Swap?
I'll get it.
She's not a Christian.
My baby.
I didn't see Wife Swap.
Oh, it's hilarious.
The prayer warrior.
Yeah, the prayer warrior episode. Yeah, pagan swaps a family for a day with a very
I
strong
never
Christian.
saw it, but I remember
And-
hearing about it from some people. And I actually heard about it from some Christian friends who were just like appalled at how the Christian woman was behaving.
It was wild. It was wild. I think she like had a reaction. She thought something in their like laundry room was possessed and started like gagging like she was gonna throw up. It was wild.
You know, to be honest, you know, it's not because she's Christian. It's just, you know, every religion out there, we all got our fruits and nuts, you know. So.
There you are, Prefect Apollinaris.
Pulled out.
Ah, okay.
Good old
Anyway,
YouTube.
Okay, you know, we are at 4:30 now, and I'm not going to wait because I doubt that anybody else is
'Cause I'm
gonna join
walking.
in. And this way we get done with it and we can go down and party. So,
You just want to drop. You just want to drop and show us your moves.
that's it. Mostly, I'll tell you, I'll be very honest. What I want to do, I want this to be over with. not that it hasn't been a wonderful experience, but I have been all day long, and even last night. You know, I realized if this is a bomb, if something horrible happens, it reflects on my lodge and it reflects on me. And so I have been so nervous about this, but everyone has been wonderful and everything other than me getting stuck in the rock. I feel like everything has gone like so smoothly and so perfectly today. Not just because of me, but because everyone has contributed.
You just gotta roll with it, you know? Be like,
Yeah.
I was practicing being one with the earth. I joined with the elements.
That's it. I was practicing being one with the earth. Yeah, okay.
The rock saved you from drowning.
Oh,
Yes.
we're practicing our best resume speak.
The water, the pond hid the tears of stress.
But you know,
I
that's
just
the
had
thing.
to.
It's like when I get done with this, nothing else can really technically go wrong. It's social, and then I'll be like, oh, okay. And I know my blood pressure will go down considerably.
So Blue, we shouldn't tell him about the review that we have to all do after this?
The evaluation form? No, no one tell him.
No. Nobody mentioned that ever.
Well, see, given that we're all sitting in chairs now, I have that like moment that reminds me of being back in school where you had to bubble in on evaluation and someone had to volunteer to take it to the office. Oh, now I'm having flashbacks.
The teacher was.
And
All
I
right.
was a teacher of adult education in the 90s, and there was always that one person in the class who felt like they had to go on and on for pages about what I did wrong or could have done better.
That'd probably be me.
I mean, I'll tell you, there was this one guy, he was Italian, nice guy. He took every class that I taught, and most of my classes were electives. There were a couple that were required classes in the school, but most of them were electives. And he signed up for every single class I taught. I never said anything to him about it because every class he would sit pages. I mean, not just, well, I thought he could have done this better. Pages. Like a novel of what I could have done to make it a better class. So finally he took the last class that he could have signed up. I mean, he's taken everything I
had an oversight.
He cannot sign up for anything else. I cannot, I've graded his last test. I cannot grade him badly on anything else again. So I figure, okay, this is not inappropriate now, okay? Because I have no power over him now. So I was talking to him one evening after another class he was in, and I said, Gio, I'm not, oh, I just told you his name, didn't I? Oh, you don't know his last name. I'm not really upset with you necessarily, but I just don't understand. Every time you've taken a class you've ever there's pages of criticism about it. And I said, if you thought I was such a horrible teacher, why did you keep signing up for my classes? And he said, oh, no. He said, I think you're the best teacher here. I just thought that I was supposed to make suggestions to make it better. It's like, you know, you just said it was a great class and you move on. I'm thinking, I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I'm this failure. And because, I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I'm a double Pisces. I can have 500 people in a room cheering me on, and that one person who says I stink, I focus on that.
Oh, you know what? No, but I feel that. Like that, the fact that he's like criticizing you even though he really likes you. Like I'm totally there. Like I don't know. I was like, oh yeah, no, they want feedback. Well, I'll give you feedback. It doesn't matter if I liked it or not. You're gonna get feedback. No,
I got
feedback
feel that. From him. Totally got feedback.
I feel that.
So anyway, okay, let's get started. And I hope this is a good workshop. We'll find out. If it's not, it'll show up on those reviews you're about to write. So.
See, now we're gonna have to make a fake review.
Hold on, let me get my pen and paper ready.
Okay, so listen up. Let's get through this.
And we're recording.
Okay. Before there was a gray school, before there were unicorns, the man who would eventually become Headmaster Oberon founded an organization called the Church of All Worlds in St. Louis, Missouri. This church soon became the largest and most influential neo-pagan organization in the world. It was something, if you lived back then, it's like everyone, if you weren't a member, you knew of it. They put out a magazine called Green Egg that came out 8 times a year. If you were anyone at all, you subscribed to Green Egg. even if you weren't a member of the church. They united the community throughout North America. This amazing organization, Oberon Zell, who at the time was not Oberon Zell, he was the founder of it. And he established it after reading a book. He was inspired by Robert Heinlein's science fiction novel, Stranger in a Strange Land. Now, if you're interested in the historical aspect, or odd, you might want to pick up the book, read it. I want to let you know right now, I'm not recommending the book. It's something that did not stand up well over time. People reading it today, when people who read it back then were like, ooh, that's so cool. And then we wind up recommending it, and the millennials and the Z kids are reading it, and they're going, why the hell do you like this? It just reeks of misogyny. It reeks of homophobia. There's a lot of really bad things about this, so I'm not really recommending it. But if you look at it from the time period, something that was written in the 1960s, it was really quite an astounding work. It brought up some very interesting concepts. To summarize the novel, the basic idea is that an infant orphaned on Mars and raised by Martians brought back to Earth as an adult. This man, his name is Michael Valentine Smith, and he introduces Martian concepts to the few on Earth who are willing to listen and learn. Okay, there are some really cool, mind-bending concepts in Michael Valentine Smith's messages. Okay, now another thing about Mars is, in the novel, water is extremely rare on Mars, and so to the Martians, it is life. Well, to us it's life too, but they actually appreciate it a lot more. And on Mars, to share water with someone else was the equivalent of entering a relationship closer than marriage. Okay. When Michael Valentine Smith accepts water from anybody after he comes back to Earth, a man is telling someone else, he says, if he accepts water from you, he'll trust you utterly, no matter what. So don't do it unless you're equally willing to trust him and stand by him, no matter how rough things get. Okay. Because of this novel, following the behaviors of the characters in the book, members of the Church of All Worlds would, and still do, share water in their rituals. And part of this is when they offer water to another person, they say, may you never thirst. This custom soon spread beyond the church and throughout pretty much all of the pagan community. I cannot overemphasize how much this influenced the pagan culture. Just this month, when I went home to Kansas City to spend the holiday with my family and a coven that I used to belong to, chalice was passed around, and when it was handed to me, may you never thirst. And I took it, and I responded with the appropriate response, since it was a woman who handed it to me. I said, thou art goddess. I took a sip, and I turned to the man next to me, may you never thirst. Nobody in this group who was doing this was ever in the Church of All Worlds. It's become very common in pagan culture, and the idea of water sharing something over the years, I found it's something you can actually use in your magical practice itself. Water is essential to life. It is the most essential thing in the universe when it comes to life. You could say that water is life. Air is not essential. There's this stuff called anaerobic bacteria. It thrives if there's no oxygen around. It just thrives. It doesn't need any air at all. It grows and grows. It reeks, but it grows. And if we didn't have an oxygen atmosphere, it probably would have mutated and become the dominant life form. It's basically just kept in check by the fact that it doesn't survive in our atmosphere. So, the air we breathe, that's not really necessary to life. It's necessary to human life, but not to life. Water, though, is essential. Without water, life processes stop. Oberon gave a talk 8 years ago. I just happen to know that because we were roommates. Headmaster Oberon. I get in trouble for not saying that. At the Earth Warriors Festival. And he talked about this, about what he calls the Goldilocks zone. Any place in a solar system where it's not too cold or too hot, where at some point where throughout the year on a planet there can be liquid water, because liquid water is necessary for life. And those are the only places in that Goldilocks zone that you're going to find planets where life can. So water is very, very precious. We simply don't value it because we have so much of it. It's incredibly abundant on Earth, so we think of it as something very disposable and not important. In fact, it is the most important source we have. In water sharing, there are a lot of different ways you can do this. Blue kind of yanked part of my talk out from under me without intending to, because one thing I was going to mention right off is you can share water with yourself. Basically just hold a goblet of water in your hands and visualize your intention. As Blue pointed out in her talk on moon water, just focusing your intention on the water changes the nature of the water. But what is your intention? Health, prosperity, love, happiness? What do you want to bring into your life? Just take that cup of water and take some time and focus your intention on it, and then take the water in yourself. Share that water, that life-giving water with you. Another thing you can do is you can grow closer to others by sharing water. This is very much in the spirit of the book. There were two ways that they grew closer, as they would put it. That was either by drinking water together or having sex. And, while both methods work, sometimes it's just inconvenient sex with the other. So, you can grow closer by sharing water. One way you can do it is in group rituals. Use that ritual, that water sharing, to bond with the people you work with magically, just as my former coven does, which is why at a certain point in their rituals they pass that around, that may you never thirst. Outside of a ritual setting, anytime you offer water to your loved ones, do it with intention. Offer it with intention. And I was making that flippant comment about sex because that's me. But when you're about to have sex with somebody, give it a little bit of meaning. Give that other person a glass of water. Share with them on another level before you just come together with them physically. It can be a great aphrodisiac.
Indeed.
You can also, now we're talking so far, sharing with other people. But by the same token, you can share it with other non-human beings. As a green wizard, I spend quite a bit of time watering plants. Just in my house, I have a ton of different plants that I use for different magical purposes, and then of course out on my deck garden and in the yard. But instead of just watering your plants, share water with them. Take a moment and focus on the water, and when you're pouring the water into that pot or sprinkling it onto the ground, think about this. Put your intent into it also. I feel like it actually enhances, really helps the plants grow. I have some devil's ivy in my kitchen that's just going nuts right now, and I really believe that part of it is because I connect with it on another level, and one way I do it is when I am sharing water with it. And then finally, you can share water with the earth itself. That may seem odd since water comes from the earth, but again, it's like that ADF thing we talked about earlier, the reciprocity. It's the give and take, the constant give and take. When you share water with the earth, you're showing gratitude for the earth's gifts. And this is an excellent way to, this is a semi-magical sort of way, focus your intent on it. For religious, water is an excellent receptacle for prayer. You want to look at it from a non-religious viewpoint, think of it just as charging the water with your intent. Pretty much it's the same thing. But then after you have done that, then take the water out to some sacred spot. And if you don't have a sacred spot, unless you live like on the 20th floor of an apartment in Manhattan, you should get yourself a sacred spot. Some place where you can connect with the earth, where you can touch the earth. Find your sacred spot and then take your water out there and pour it out onto the earth with gratitude in your heart. In doing so, you're pouring your intention out into the earth, planting it as a seed, as it were. So these are some ideas that I had that I wanted to share about sharing water and how you can do that. Does anyone here have any experiences of doing anything similar to that they've tried?
Well, I do. It wasn't actually intentional. It came to mind as you were talking about sharing plants. I usually plant about 8 tomato plants, and I water them. Mm-hmm. Well, anytime I water my plants, I talk to them. Here, baby, here's you a nice drink of water, but leaves, help you grow beautiful fruit, And I realized that my roommate doesn't talk to them. She waters them with the intent of them being healthy. But we're doing it different. And I just realized that that's probably one of the reasons that the smallest plant we started with, our best producer, mm-hmm. is because I was putting more into it.
I fully believe that. One thing that kind of gets me, kind of surprises me sometimes, is I'll hear people who claim to be very intuitive. They'll talk about, I can't grow plants. It's like, well, what happened to this intuitive thing? Intuit the thing. Just go after your plant and intuit it. It's like, if you're all that intuitive, your plant should be able to tell you what it needs. It's like, but what's happening is they're intuitive when they feel like being intuitive, and they're basically ignoring their plants. It would be like getting yourself, a little puppy and never feeding it, and then going, oh my God, the puppy died. I'm not very good with dogs. It's like, well, no, if you're ignoring it, you're not very good with it. But when you're talking to your, and again, with the sharing water, that's kind of what it's connecting on that basic level. Getting feedback from them also, and you will get much better results. We know this. This is not even like, they've proven this. Back in the 60s, a man named Cleve Baxter did a lot of experiments. He was a polygraph expert, and he started working with plants, with philodendrons to be precise.
Yeah.
And he demonstrated over and over and over again that plants understand when you try to communicate with them, when you focus your attention on them, you get a physiological response from them. And he was working with plants, but I believe that you get this from everybody, regardless. And that's why I say, I suggested the plants, and of course I'm going to wind up there all the time because that's kind of something I do, wanting to major in organic. But even with like animals and with children and friends and lovers, share water. In that sharing water, you're also sharing intention, and you're recognizing a certain bond. I'm just going to tell you a little secret here that you don't need to share with everybody, but I was in my 20s in the 70s. That was a very wild combination to have. We won't discuss how many people I have been intimate with. Yeah. But in the 70s, I was already, doing this sort of thing, and I already knew this kind of thing. So very often, I mean, I'll admit, every once in a while, it was just like, well, this is just for fun and games. I don't care about this person one bit. But more often than not, I actually try to do something. I didn't make, somebody you pick up at a bar, you don't want to weird them out with a ritual or something. But I would try to slip in a thing where I would share some water with that person to connect with them. Because I may not remember this person's name next year, but at this moment, I want us to connect. I'm recognizing you as a fellow living being on this planet. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is because I want you to understand, like, you don't have to share water like a Martian. Sharing water with somebody doesn't necessarily mean you are bound with that person for life. And frankly, I think if you would trust somebody utterly no matter what, that goes beyond spiritual and just into the realm of, what's the word I'm looking for? Stupid. But you can still connect with someone and use water to connect with another living person. Not in the sense that you're going to always trust them utterly, but what you're sharing is you're sharing your promise that they can trust you.
Yeah.
Which is an important distinction there. You can still use judgment in what kind of treatment you get from other people, but still offer that unconditional love to them. And that's what you're doing when you're sharing water. You're offering unconditional love, whether you're sharing that with a human being or your cat or a house plant or what. But it can be a very powerful tool of taking your energy and your intent and spreading it through the earth. And that's pretty much all I have to say, because I had to do this after midnight last night coming up with this.
Well done. Well done.
Well done. So we are almost
I'm surprised.
at 3 o'clock, which is what my cutoff date time was anyway. So we're done with this. It was a success. Thank you all for making this a wonderful, wonderful day.
Hey.
Thank you, Apollinaire.
We can meet down at the Waters Lodge just to hang out for a little while. And if you haven't gotten them yet, there's the gift thing down there.